I always try and be super open-minded to change too, Gator. Like I am, I'm kind of hoping we settle into a place that is just fine. But it feels like with the ever-evolving, very quickly, rapidly evolving world of college football, I mean, now we're hearing about schools suing their own conferences to try and get out. The ACC is in trouble. There's the revenues are now, schools want to be promised more. Leagues want to be promised spots in the playoff. It's turned into this free-for-all. What's in it for me? And everybody's looking out for their own best interest. And, when you see that, it starts to look like greed, but I can't blame any individual. I mean, I'm trying to take care of my family, and you're trying to take care of yours, and everybody's trying to take care of themselves. But to what end? I mean, is it at all costs? Because I do worry about losing the fans in all of this. And I think the more that we start to parallel minor league sports, okay, the less likely you are to be able to fill up 80 to 100,000 seat stadiums, especially if they basically just because I've heard some people say, well, why do they even go to school? They shouldn't even go. I think if you start doing that, it really becomes a minor league sport. And
it's 100% a minor league sport.
Then I don't think, and you could say it is already by definition. These are students, and so whatever. Right. We're getting in the deep end of the pool, but I hope. Like I saw this lawsuit, and I thought this is the ugly side of it. And now wait a second. You can't go around promising things to kids to get them to sign at your school, NIL deals that you can't come through with. There is some accountability.
Well, there need to be some guardrails up there, some rules and regulations that there just aren't right now, and it takes lawsuits like this to come through in order to set those guidelines up. And the NCAA to this point is just punted. They're like, we're not dealing with this. They just have this landmark decision. Was it last week that came down about how many millions of dollars they're going to have to pay out to schools?
Yeah, they're getting sued.
Yeah, it's at a point now where they're going to have to do something rather than keep punting. Otherwise, it will become just a professional business, and then you're no longer obligated to actually go to class. I know you don't want it to go there. I don't want it to go there either, because there's something special about college athletics.
Yep.
Or that the student athlete.
Yep.
It's really cool. And if this goes the way it's going, it's just going to be a minor league feeder system to professional football. And it'll still be, it'll still be college football in a way because they're representing a school, but in name only.
And I worry about how the fans will look at that. But hey, whatever. Let's get to your phone calls. Philip in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Philip.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good,
Philip.
Yeah, you're off a little bit, Doug.
Yeah, I missed it. No, that's a good call. You caught off sleep at the wheel.
But no, look, I don't too much, to a degree, I don't care for the portal too much. But the problem, the thing I do like about it, and it started with coaches. You remember how often coaches they're signed to a contract, the coach of the school, and then another offer comes along, and they all of a sudden they telling everybody on the media in front of the camera, oh no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm committed here. I'm staying here. And then months later, you find out they're leaving, and then they left and they go to another program because that program is more quote unquote prestigious, and you can recruit better. I.e., the gentleman that left Oklahoma went to USC and took his quarterback with him.
Yeah.
So this, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So to me, this is the same thing, but now it's just the players have the ability to do it. So you can't be mad when you sit up here and allow coaches to uproot themselves and go to another program constantly, year after year. We hear it every year since I don't know how long. And then, but when people hear that students do it, when they hit the portal and they talk about there's no loyalty, what do you expect the kid to be loyal?
So you know what, Philip? I was thinking about this during the commercial break, and one thing that I don't think it's like an incredibly out there thought, but I do wish all coaches' contracts and player contracts were binding. You would negotiate how long that was for. If you hire a coach in college athletics to be the coach for 5 years, you can't fire him and he can't leave for 5 years. This is a binding legal agreement between two parties, and you cannot break that contract.
Right.
And if a player
Regardless
signs,
of-
and if players, same thing, 1, 2, 3, or 4 years, you cannot break it. And you can decide what you want and make your own decision. And that's fine. And but I think if these things were binding, it would be a lot easier to be a fan.
Exactly, because it doesn't. Like you said, that regardless of what that coach, if you sign that coach for 5 years, it doesn't matter what his record is, how successful he is, or whatever the case may be. That is a binding contract. You're committed to him. He's committed to you. Once that contract is up, then you can. If you choose to part ways, then you choose to part ways. You know what I'm saying?
It can work both ways. A coach can either wish he had more, but he signed his contract, or the school wish they could let him go, but they signed a contract, and they.
There it is.
Yeah, and that way
There
the
it is.
players, because I've seen so many recruits saying, "Well, I love the position coach." The idea that your position coach is going to be around for 4 years,
It's laughable.
yeah. And back when players stayed for
Yeah.
4 years, position coaches were moving like crazy. Let alone the head coaches move like crazy. The only thing that really doesn't change is the institution. The football program can change a ton. The institution stays the same for the most part. Minor things that change, but. 248-539-9797. Brandon, you're next. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Hey.
So one thing I feel like changed was Saturday morning, like it was like pride, you know. You woke up, you supported your school. If you were lucky enough to get on College game day, the players played not for money, but they played for pride. You know, the band was behind them, the band was booming. They were just going at it, and they played and they gave their hearts out. And you saw some of these guys come out of high school, and you watched them grow up and go to the NFL, but it wasn't about the money, you know, and I know nowadays it's about the money, but the college football that I grew up to love was about like the support of the students, the support of the band, the support of the football players.
Yeah,
Well, it's different.
It's totally changed. I mean, I try to follow the recruiting with Michigan State, and I get frustrated with it because I know that if there are kids that are right now ready to commit for, and they're just about to become seniors in high school, that it really doesn't mean anything at this point because they're not going to be held to that standard. They can switch a million times between now and signing day, and then even then it doesn't matter because they may decide to just sit out their first year and transfer. There's no, like Doug says, commitment, and I say loyalty. It goes both ways.
One thing I always liked about college that's different than the NFL is, so say you have Michigan versus Michigan State or Michigan versus Ohio State. It's kind of like European soccer where you have like 50 versus 50. Like we have our songs, you have your songs. It's like a war. The NFL, like obviously, like you love the NFL, but college football always had that war feeling where the bands are going against the bands and everything's great.
Yeah, it's not the same in the NFL. I mean, there are rivalries for sure.
Yep.
Lions have their rivalries with the Packers, the Bears, and the Vikings because of the division thing, and you play each other twice a year, and there's a rivalry built in there. But that rivalry pales in comparison to any college rivalry. Central Western is a bigger rivalry than the Lions and the Packers.
248-5.
I'm sorry, it's more passionate. I won't say bigger, but it's more passionate.
Yeah, I was about to say base size. That might be a bit much, but there's a little bit more coming from the gut and the heart.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get to something a little bit more fun. We have got a bunch of texts back. We asked parents to text their kids what Tom Hanks texted his kid. Big man, can you explain the Drake-Kendrick Lamar feud to me? I texted my kids. 2 of my 3 have responded, but we asked parents to do the same. They sent some over. We'll get to those responses coming up today at 11:48. They're funny. Also, we got an edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up?
Oh.
Yep. So that to look forward to in the noon hour. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. At Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, they're getting psyched for summer with mega deals all month long. Right now, you can lease an Equinox at $239 a month or a Trax at $228 a month. Those are both LX front-wheel drive and their 2-year leases with only $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount and lease in your household. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, your number 1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinoxes, Blazers, and Trax, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. 248-539-9797, the phone number. We we decided we followed Tom Hanks' lead and ask our kids to explain the Kendrick Lamar Drake feud. And 2 of my 3 kids have responded. The third just woke up. He just said, sorry, I just woke up. So now I've asked him again to explain the Drake Kendrick Lamar feud. Just see what they say. But here's some of the feedback. We asked listeners to do it, and they're sending us what their kids are texting them back. Unnamed texter says, Kendrick Drake response from a high schooler in class. Quote, they're just fighting over rapping and who is better. Then it got more personal. That's from his 16-year-old daughter. From a 26-year-old daughter. Basically, Kendrick really hates Drake and exposed him for being a creep to young girls and not being a good father and just a bad guy. And Drake responded by exposing him for beating his wife. It's all just trying to bring each other down type of beef. Wow. Chris in Heartland says, my kids know everything about Drake and Kendrick's beef, but can't remember to put away their laundry. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. From his this guy forwarded this from his 26-year-old son. I have no clue. I think it's all BS so they can make more money. Doug, how the hell did you go from Public Enemy to Celine Dion? That's from Nick in a Brown Truck.
Just evolution.
Yeah. Yep. Regarding NIL and the Jaden Rashada lawsuit, as he is filing suit against Florida school that, did he ever even go there?
I don't think so.
I don't think he ever ended up there. But he's filing a lawsuit against Billy Napier and Florida Boosters for promising $13.8 million and never delivering. And the more I think about it, the more I think it's a good thing because it might lead to some regulation, and you can't promise things you can't come through on. I heard somebody who was hired at a school as an NIL director tell others in a private gathering, you know who's behind in NIL? You know who thinks they're behind in NIL? Everyone. Everyone thinks that everybody else is stealing the recruits because of NIL. Everyone thinks. I don't know how Texas A&M could think it, but he said his belief was that everybody thinks they're behind because the rumors are out there. It benefits the school if you're sitting there and a rumor gets out there that you're paying people $5 million to come in as freshmen and you're not going to dispute it.
No, this is terrible PR for Florida.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
If you can't deliver on the promises you're making to the 18-year-olds coming in, you're going to be exposed quickly and be out of the running unless you rectify that situation quickly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think our contract's inevitable. Is a salary cap inevitable? There's got to be some kind of regulations and guardrails put up. There's got to be rules.
Yeah, it's one thing to have the contracts, which I think is an obvious thing they have to do. But how do you make a level playing field?
Salary cap.
Right. And I don't know if that's going to happen because the schools are going to complain about it. You're going to have the SEC schools and the Big Ten schools complaining about a salary cap, and you're going to have it because why are you restricting us? And everybody else is going to be because it's not fair. Here's Kansas State going, how am I supposed to compete if you guys are going to get the lion's share?
Well, Alabama will always say, well, it's never been fair. We've always had better facilities. We've always had better coaches. You know what I mean? That's college football. That's college sports. But like I said, otherwise it's anarchy. You get lawsuits, and lawsuits might be the thing that forces their hand to do something, right, Doug? I mean, and for all the people that are saying, like, this is not amateur sports anymore. Yes, correct. Wake up. It hasn't been. And the issue is there's too much TV money coming in. The only way, if you really, really hate this, stop watching.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can even try to do anything about what's going on.
I still think the Saturdays are great. All right, more feedback coming in here to the Carson Anderson inbox. Every player deserves to have the best shot of playing time every year. I've watched so many athletes promised a situation by a team that get dropped like a sack of potatoes the next year. Balance of power between the athletes and schools is great. Tyler in Berkeley, if we move to contracts, how long until we have to move into some sort of cap system? Well, probably not long thereafter. Nick, I can't wait to play NCAA 24 and navigate the new college landscape. Hopefully I don't get sued. Another one here. Believe it or not, this is also problematic in NCAA women's soccer. That's from an unnamed texter. I would like to know if that unnamed texter has experience in that. Like, you got a daughter? Or
Yeah, he texted us back.
did he? What did he say?
He said, a girl on my kid's max soccer team, this is her 4th team this fall. And I wrote back, how is that possible?
4th team in a fall?
This
His
fall
text-
will be the
oh,
this
fourth.
fall. It will be her 4th team.
Dude, I was watching senior night at Penn State, and they paraded. That sounds so negative. But
Well,
a kid was walked out to the center of the
trotted
floor.
out?
They trotted out a kid that was his 4th school in 4 years, and I'm like, oh, the fans must really appreciate. I mean, what does senior night even mean anymore when a guy's there for a year? But he was at 4 schools in 4 years, and that's just
I did
That's
3
how-
and I did 3 and 3.
nobody was paying attention to you.
What?
And but the thing about it is, does that really change the sport for the worse? In some ways, it feels like it does, because the relationships you used to have with players, you felt like, you got to know them, you got to watch them grow up, and it was kind of fun. You could see a guy show a little bit of promise as a freshman. Somebody shows a little bit of promise as a freshman, but they're not playing. You can almost predict that they're going to leave. You already know it. Handful of snaps, looks pretty good. Hey, he was getting 5 minutes a game. I kind of like what I'm seeing. Yeah, 5 minutes a game ain't going to do it. So it's awfully strange to get used to, but we'll see what this lawsuit adds. See how this lawsuit changes things. By the way, Champ and Chump are posting on our website, Champ and Chump of the Weekend. I think it's pretty hilarious who got voted champ yesterday, given what happened last night, but you can go check it out for yourself. If you can follow us on Twitter, @Dengator971. You can see the link to Champ and Chump, or you can just go to 971theticket.com. So there you go. Gator, I saw this headline, made me laugh, and I thought, I don't know what we're going to do with it. Probably nothing, but it's hard to believe that this is true. I'm going to show you the headline, and then I'll read it to the listeners. What do you think of that headline?
That's something.
Yep.
That's not where I expected it to take place, but that's something.
Headline came from Barstool Sports. An Ohio postal worker was caught racing her mail van against a Mustang at 105 miles an hour. Now, I know we have some mail delivery people out there. There's no way your vans go 105 miles an hour.
Well, there's no way that little mail truck that comes from my neighborhood goes 105. There's just no way.
105 miles an hour? There's got to be some mail carriers out there that can text and let us know how fast your trucks go.
Remember yesterday I was talking about my experiences that one summer when I worked in landscaping.
Yeah,
We had these cube trucks we drive around.
yeah,
They couldn't go literally any faster than like 72 miles an hour.
yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I had that U-Haul this week, because I was driving a U-Haul this weekend.
That's right.
I got lots of experience. That thing, it was a heavy pedal, man. You'd push down and you're like, are we going to go? Everybody start rocking. But apparently it was street racing against a Mustang, 105 miles an hour.
I got my money on the Mustang.
Yeah, I don't know what you think. Talk about an underdog.
It's like tortoise in the hair right there.
U.S. postal mail truck.
Well, why is my mail always late then? It's got a 100-mile-an-hour car. Usually they're like going through my neighborhood. You can hear them from a mile away.
Yep.
Hey, man, they're out there making a living.
Well,
Got to race against the Mustang for what are you racing for, pink slips? What are you doing?
Your mail carrier doesn't live his life a quarter mile at a time.
I got to do something for my family.
is that Fast and Furious?
Yeah.
Oh, is that okay?
Lives
You know,
his life
yeah.
quarter mile at a
Yeah, gotcha.
Vin Diesel is done.
Yeah, I think I'd be able to pick him out of a lineup. That's one that as long as The Rock wasn't in the lineup, and I might get confused then. But
Brian, you've got mail.
suffice it to say, maybe some mail carriers can attest to this.
I just saw a story from TMZ. The Rock's he's getting ready to film a new movie about and Kang will have interest in this. Former UFC fighter and pioneer, the Smashing Machine, Mark Kerr,
Really?
and they show him working out with Mark Kerr, And then they also show a clip of, it's not a clip, it's just a still photo of The Rock as Mark Kerr. He does not look like The Rock at all. I mean, they have all types of makeup on his face that he doesn't look like him one bit. And they've, like himself one bit. He looks more like Mark Kerr than he does Dwayne The Rock Johnson. It's pretty impressive.
All right, coming up next hour, have you ever done what Victor Wembanyama did? We'll explain at 12:05. Are you going to eat that the back half of the hour? Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks. Hometown baseball team. They're competitive for its first time in 8 years. You can't watch the games at home. Twin Peaks has all the action. They're coming to the rescue. Live, in-house. They've also got basketball and hockey conference finals going on. And what makes Twin Peaks great on game day, for starters, you won't find a colder beer in the state. The beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees. Well, you combine that with a mug that's only used once a day. It's been freezing for 6 hours. You get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up their beer of the month, Blue Moon, and see for yourself. Combine that ice-cold draft with their from-scratch kitchen, and you've got a recipe for success. Try some of their signature dishes featuring house-smoked items like their ribs or brisket. Or if you're a wing guy, check out their always hand-breaded to order boneless wings. They got something for everyone, including me. I haven't even gotten to the best part, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. So grab the crew, head to the nearest lodge, and bask in the glory that is Twin Peaks, the best sports bar in that Orange State. Find a location nearest you, TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. Saw a headline about a mail truck in Ohio caught racing a Mustang. Listener Scott said it Drive to Survive USPS edition. From an unnamed texter, I decided to race this Corvette in my work truck on Woodward. Not only did this guy leave me, but he had the nerve to make a Michigan left and pass me again. That's funny.
Got lapped.
The speedometer goes to 85 on my mail truck, but if you ever go over 50, you better look behind to see what parts are falling off.
Or mail.
Yeah, right? Mailman here. I cannot believe the truck did not blow up. I go 45 in mine. It's about to explode. Bloomfield mail carrier here. There is a van made by Mercedes that can indeed get it. The mail truck barely goes over 55 before they get the speed wobbles. From an unnamed texter, but a mailman. Man in Blue, he writes, Postal Service has leased Mercedes-Benz vans. Those things fly. Jesse the mailman was probably racing away from his supervisor that was following him on his route. They have nothing else to do. Whoa. Yeah, mail truck racing a Mustang in Ohio. Got up to 105. Lisa, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Lisa?
Yes, I am a mail carrier in a Mercedes Metro, and they do go very, very fast.
You've got one of those, huh?
Absolutely. They phased out a lot of the old trucks because, no kidding, they did sound like they were going to blow up. You couldn't get up to speed.
Yeah.
I'm in Clinton Township, and I have to pull out onto Hall Road. Anyone on the east side knows Hall Road is horrible.
But that's basically M59,
that extra
right?
speed getting you out into traffic is wonderful.
And so trying to get up to speed in the old mail trucks was scary?
Terribly.
Yeah. Well.
Terribly.
You like the new wheels, huh?
I do. Most of my coworkers don't like them.
Yeah. Really? Why not?
Yeah, well, they're a little harder to deliver from.
Okay.
You have to have longer reach, when you're doing curbside boxes. If you don't have long arms, you're in trouble. And, they have air conditioning. They go pretty quick, and they have music. Actually, I had to turn off my Bluetooth to speak with you.
Oh, nice. Cool. So you like them?
I like it. A lot of my coworkers do not.
Okay. Well, thanks for the intel. We do appreciate it.
No problem.
Enjoy the day, Lisa. 248-539-9797. All right, story about Victor Wembanyama. I love this story. And I think this will, I can't wait to hear your answer.
Okay.
He gets his first NBA paycheck. Victor Wembanyama, first NBA paycheck. And one of the first things he buys? A toy. He spent $850 on a Millennium Falcon Lego set.
Nice.
That, I think, is awesome.
I didn't realize it was that expensive.
Yeah.
How big is the Falcon?
I don't know.
Life size.
Yeah. He bought the whole thing.
He bought the actual Millennium Falcon.
Yeah. He bought the $850 on a Millennium Falcon Lego set. So a couple things about this.
Mm-hmm.
My first question for you is if you were to get a big contract like that, what toy would you buy? This feels like a would you buy?
I mean, it's like my first thought was he going to get a golf simulator, which is something I would do, but I don't know if you'd consider that to be a toy.
No, probably not. Something for kids.
Yeah,
I don't know a lot of kids that have golf simulators, but yeah, sure.
PlayStation or something like that, I guess. I don't know. A toy.
I'll tell you what I'd get.
Yeah?
I'd get a Mac Daddy slot car track. Like the old Tyco.
Slot cars did nothing for me.
Really?
Because they always flew off the track.
You didn't know how to drive them.
Oh, okay.
It takes a real touch.
I would tell you, I
with that
have
trigger finger.
Yeah. I'm a pedal to the metal kind of guy. I had no patience for it.
Lead finger over there.
So here's a question. Like Gator and I are the same generation, and Kang, you're a little, a generation or two after us.
3.
Were those slot cars?
Slow down.
Did you guys play? Let's not get carried away back there. Did you play with slot cars when you were a kid?
I don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Really?
Yes. No, I do.
Okay, good.
But no, that's not. Yeah, I think that was your generation.
Yeah. But that's what I'd get. I'd spend my $850 on that.
That's not bad, Doug.
Okay.
That's definitely a kid toy.
Yep.
I think I would go like when I was a kid growing up. It was like I was into the WW. Back then it was called WWF, but now WWE. All the wrestling figures. You know, there was a million. All the wrestlers had one, and you had to buy the ring. And every time I go to like the toy store and I ask my mom for one, nope. If I was still into it as an adult, I think I'd buy the entire roster. Right?
I could see that. I could see myself doing that because I had the original set that came out back in the 80s.
I think they still make them now for the new guys and stuff.
They may. These were made by, at the time, was LJN Toys, and these action figures were big. They were the size of this water bottle.
Oh, yeah.
They were big, and they were heavy. They were heavy like the water
Gator's
bottle.
holding up a standard, what is that, a 16-ounce Gatorade bottle?
28 ounce.
28 ounce, sorry.
All right.
28-ounce
Jeez.
Gatorade.
You know, they were like 7-8 inches tall, and they were heavy. But they didn't move. They were just like molded into into an action pose, but they didn't move. They didn't have like the movable arms or legs or anything.
So
like that.
that's not an action figure, isn't it?
Well-
Doesn't an action figure, you have to be able to move it?
These were the very first ones that they had. I assume that now they have different ones, but back then these were like really cool. And it was I had two of them. I had a Hulk Hogan one and a Big John Studd one.
Yeah.
The problem was when you would try to play with them, Hulk had red boots, and Big John Studd had white. He had white trunks, but they were the trunks were basically like pants.
Okay.
So if you went to drop kick the opponent, you would leave a little red on the white, depending where you kicked. I'm like, well, what happened to Big John Studd? It's got little red on the backside. That's not where I wanted that, and then it became a little awkward there. But they had like an initial run of like 10 different characters, and as the years went on, they expanded and went more and more. But that'd be a cool one for me too. I kind of like that. I don't want to steal it all the way. I was always an action figure guy, so maybe like Marvel Comics action figures or something like that.
Yeah.
Some kind of set like that. Or maybe I just buy an old set of baseball cards from I like the 75 series.
Do you?
The mini cards.
Was that 75 or 74?
They were 74 stats on the back. They were 75. That was a 75 set. They
Gotcha.
had the mini cards.
Yeah, I
and they had
remember the
full
minis.
size.
Yeah. Okay, well let's take 10 texts on this. At 248-539-9797. We are looking for, if you signed a Victor Wembanyama contract, he spent $850 with his first paycheck on a Millennium Falcon Lego set. First 10 texts, sign your text. What would be the toy you would buy with your first NBA contract? We want to know what it is. We'll read them coming up. Make sure you sign your text so we know who sent them. First 10 that come in at 248-539-9797. Victor Wembanyama, $850 Millennium Falcon Lego set. By the way, does anybody own that? Maybe they can tell us a little bit about it.
Oh, we're getting text on it.
Are we?
The
Okay.
Lego collectors are coming at us.
Yeah, well, good.
Lego ain't cheap.
No, it is not.
It is not cheap.
Have you been in a Lego store recently?
Yes. Yeah, a couple years ago for around Christmas time.
Yeah, I had to sign paperwork. It's like, geez.
I know. I needed to provide they needed to work a
Yeah.
pay stub and bank account information.
What toy would you buy? We'll get to that coming up. 12:35, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like our family did, with a new Kinetico system that removes 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste, which is a good thing. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. The water tastes great. This month, get 50% off Kinetico K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Found a story with Victor Wembanyama. His first NBA paycheck, he purchased an $850 Millennium Falcon Lego set. We asked for 10 texts. What would be the toy you would buy when you signed your first NBA paycheck or got your first NBA paycheck? Gator went with some sort of action figure. What'd you say?
I'd say I'd probably go with like Marvel Comics action figures or something like that.
I would go with the Mac Daddy slot car set. Kang would go with WWE action figures. WWF.
And the ring.
And the ring.
The entire
We
roster.
got to have the ring.
Yeah. Royal Rumble, dude.
Feedback coming in. David in Auburn Hills says PlayStation 5. Tim in Brighton says a Lionel train set. I gave that some thought. Have you ever been to one of those shows with like the huge, where they have like the landscaping and everything for a train set?
No, I mean I've seen the craziness that goes into putting together the train set, where you have all the scenery and stuff like that, and the bridges and everything else. And I never got into trains.
Never?
No. My brother had a train set when I was a kid. It was one of those things where I think initially my dad had planted the idea that we're going to add to this every year.
Yeah.
And I think that lasted for like a year.
Yeah.
Because there was just watching a train go around an oval track does nothing for me. And I don't think it did a whole lot for my brother at that point either.
You got to add to it every year.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And then you have to expand the track, and then you need to have space for the track. And where the hell do you put your trains?
So the
Then
only
you got to
train
wear
set.
that stupid hat. And then you're wearing overalls. And you're like,
Yeah, but you know what? You know what the weird thing about those? There is a distinct smell that those train sets had when you had them running, like the
because there's the
electricity.
smoke that would come out. Or, yeah.
There was you could smell the electricity in the air or
Yeah.
something. I don't know what it was, but so the only one we had was my grandparents, my mom's, where my mom grew up with three brothers. I got down in the basement of the house she grew up in when my grandparents lived there, and I found one of the original rod hockey sets, like this, it made out of metal. It was like industrial rod hockey with the Canadiens and the Maple Leafs were the two teams, because we were in Eastern Canada. We were in New Brunswick, and this thing was awesome and loved it. And then my dad bought me one for Christmas one year. But I also found an old train set. And they let me take the train set home, and we brought this train set home, and at Christmas, they set it up around the Christmas tree, and so we'd have this train constantly going around the tree. So I always liked them. Mark in Canton says, I would buy the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier completely unattainable as a kid from the 80s. Do you remember the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier?
I don't, but I remember as a kid getting different G.I. Joe stuff, but those were like the bigger action figures.
Yeah.
I had a kick-ass one, man. I had the submarine.
Yeah?
Yeah. That was awesome. I remember getting it for Christmas. One year we spent Christmas with my grandparents in Florida, and it was at the pool of the condo complex where they lived, their apartment complex where they lived, and I was playing with this thing, and it came with a giant squid.
No, it didn't.
It did.
Really?
It came with a giant squid.
Is that where your love started?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Of the giant squid.
Yeah, that and watching 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, which was around the same time that I got this thing. It
Yeah.
was amazing.
That's unbelievable.
So cool. Yeah. And then I had not a tank, but it was a vehicle that had the tracks over the wheels.
Mm-hmm.
I had that with G.I. Joe.
Can I ask you a question about the G.I. Joes, guys?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is real or not, or was just made up in movies or whatever. Was there a Kung Fu grip?
Yes.
Is that real?
G.I. Joe with Kung Fu grip was a thing.
That was an Eddie Murphy skit.
Okay,
And-
yeah. I feel like,
No, it was real though.
No, but that's the only reason I knew about it
Yeah.
was because of an Eddie Murphy skit. He talked about the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip, and
Yeah.
I never had the G.I. Joe, nor did I see a G.I. Joe with a Kung Fu grip, but I just believed him.
You could. It was. I think it was a part on the arm which you could press, and the hand would clamp down on stuff.
they called it the Kung Fu grip.
Kung Fu grip.
What made it Kung Fu? Why was it just
Because
G.I. Joe
it
with
was
a
released
grip?
in the 70s, and I don't know. Or,
Kung Fu was big then,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
everybody was Kung Fu fighting.
That's the reputation that decade has. Marlon in Walled Lake says, the toy I would buy, no doubt, would be the very rare prototype action figure that was never released of the rocket-firing Boba Fett from Star Wars, made by Kenner.
Oh, the Star Wars figures, man. That's where my love of action figures began, was Star Wars.
Boba Fett, kind of a mysterious guy back when we were coming up.
Mandalorian?
Yeah. They've kind of told the story now. Jeff in a truck. I would get the original Transformer toys. Quan and Howell says, I'd get a Sega Dreamcast and all the games I played back when it first came out. Lamont in Detroit, the toys I would buy would be the complete set of the Mattel handheld sports games. Football 2. I had both of those. I had baseball.
Was it basketball?
There was basketball. I didn't get basketball. My buddy Derek had basketball.
We had a soccer.
There was a soccer. Yeah.
It was terrible.
You know what though? At the time, it was cutting
At the time,
edge.
it was, you go back and look at it. It's light bulbs on like a board, and you'd press a button to advance the light to go from one light to the next. So stupid.
It
and
was
yet so awesome.
Cutting edge. I on my handheld Mattel football game played an entire Big Ten schedule. Like I got the schedule out, kept score.
Were there only 8 teams back then?
It was odd. It was in the era where they had 10.
Thus the Big Ten.
Yeah. NBA Jam arcade game. That's from Adam in a Truck. Jim and Wolverine Lake, the 80s Transformer full set. Awesome. Paul and Clinton Township, a remote control boat. Ah, yes.
Remember the arcade game, stand-up arcade game? It was a football one that had like trackball.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had like intricate plays on it.
Yeah.
I loved that game for a while. Like I was doing really well with it, like the first 2 series, and then the game just locked into what you were going to do and just smacked you down. Like you couldn't score after the first couple times.
Well,
that was fun though.
Victor Wembanyama, $850. What did you learn anything from the Lego guys coming at us about the Millennium Falcon?
No, they're not shocked by that sticker price at all. They said that also that if they had the money, they would do the same thing. Apparently, that's one of the. I forgot. I think I sent you a text earlier. You might want to read that.
Yeah, the Millennium Falcon is literally almost 4,000 pieces, if I recall correctly. If only we lived in the universe where he was a Piston. That's from Zach and Clarkston. 4,000 pieces for the Millennium Falcon Lego.
I mean, I'm not hating on it. I remember
it's kind of cool.
When those Star Wars stuff came out, not the Lego stuff, but the actual, like the Star Wars action figures, and then they started, like you'd get the X-Wing fighter, the TIE fighter, the Millennium Falcon. These were awesome. They were big toys.
The TIE fighter.
So much fun to play with.
You could blow the wing, like the panels.
Yeah.
You could blow them off. Like they get shot down.
Yeah, the land speeder as well.
From an unnamed texter, Doug, have you seen the new slot cars? It's amazing. They have our race and tracks you can go to and rent. It's nuts. High-powered magnets, special tires, and controllers. Check it out.
Yeah, they have the giant tracks that they have. They bring it to the auto show. I've seen that there.
I think he meant they have hour long races. It's OUR. And I think it means hour long races and tracks you can go to and rent. It's nuts. High powered magnets, special tires and controllers. Check it out. That sounds cool. Victor Wembanyama, $850 on a Millennium Falcon Lego set. From an unnamed texter, the $850 Falcon is a UCS, so it's a collectible with insane details. What does UCS mean?
If you don't know, you can't afford it.
Yeah, probably. Do you know what it means?
I can't afford it.
All right. Yeah. Jeff and Taylor. A great buy would be those self-transforming Transformers. They've been advertising on Facebook, $900 to $1,200 for one of those Prime or Megatron figures. Let's go to Joe. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
What's happening, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
Not too bad. So this was like 1992, going through like playing the Christmas tournament and everything for hockey. So I wake up Christmas morning. Only thing I wanted was this K'NEX roller coaster set.
Yeah.
So I unwrap it. I got it. I was so excited. Had to get a piece of plywood to put over on top of the pool table. Long story short, it took me a better part of the whole entire day, including into the night. About 11 o'clock, I finished. I come downstairs the next day. My brother, being the jerk that he is, he destroyed it for me.
No.
Absolutely destroyed it. I got to do like one run with the roller because you had to build a car. I did one run on it. I was so excited. Like the whole next day, I was going to play with it. No, my brother just destroyed it.
What a jerk.
That's what I'm talking about.
Call him out. What's his name?
Yeah, what is his name?
Russo.
Jackass.
Son of a bitch.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
See you, Joe.
UCS stands for Ultimate Collector Series.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, got another edition of Are You Going to Eat This today at 12:35. Remember, Kang, we were supposed to ask him a question before we committed to this? I forgot to ask him the question. This could be a just brutal edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We'll try it at 12:35. And the NHL is getting something right. They're doing something cutting edge. I think everybody's going to follow suit. I mean it. We'll get to that today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers back in action tonight. Casey Mize takes to the hill. It's been pretty good lately. And look, unfortunately, tonight's game isn't on TV. Chance to bounce back. They get one TV appearance like a month.
It's on TV.
Yep, you're right. You're right. It is for some people. You're right. And I'm still holding out. I do have one of the basement TVs. Is Roku.
Mm-hmm.
So I could pay for
There you go.
the app.
And get it on that TV.
I think it might happen tonight. It depends. It depends what else is going on. Because here's the deal. No, it's not going to happen tonight.
Oh.
Because because I'm going to be gone over the weekend, and so I won't be able to. I'll be able to watch on my phone, I guess. When I do go my 7 days, I want it to be 7 consecutive days where I know I can watch 7 games.
I get it.
Ken, you're shaking your head, but doesn't it make sense? Don't start the trial until you know you can use it.
No, it makes sense. It does.
But I mean, eventually you just,
just get the
trial
app. Yeah,
lapse,
exactly,
and you're gonna get it anyway.
I know. Being stubborn.
I know you're already paying for cable.
I am already paying for cable. I want to go find that call. Is there any chance we can find that call?
I doubt it. If we look over across at this guy and he's got a look on his face like
That's
absolutely
never
not,
gonna
then
happen.
no.
That was a conversation about the possibility of pay-per-view. Would you buy things that you couldn't get?
Like 3 buildings ago too.
One guy called up and said, no, why not? I'm already paying for cable.
That
Yeah, but
building we were at when we did those shows, I think we were in that building for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Remember
Which building?
That was the one at 14 Mile in Orchard Lake. That building had
With
that,
Jinxwall.
Yes.
Okay.
Where Jinxwall first started.
Yep.
That had, I'm already paying for cable.
Yeah.
That's where we were when we learned of the Iverson Billups trade.
Yep. I had something else came to mind for me.
Tyler Chesky's basement.
Okay. That's not it.
I did the original Shoot the Boot
All
for the
right.
Stafford
Yep, that's true. Yep.
pick.
Yep.
I got to hit you with a hockey stick in the chest.
Yep. Yep.
Uh,
You know what I remember for that building?
Magic Hat Jackie dropping off beer.
She first did that in the
She
funeral
first
home.
did that in a funeral home, yes,
Yeah.
but also
That just sounds weird.
funeral home.
Well, we had it.
There was a building that at one point was a funeral home, and then it was a radio station, and then our station moved in there too.
Yep.
Very briefly for like 6 months.
Yep. That was,
That's when we first started going FM.
yeah, and then we were told we couldn't say DB on the air.
Right, so we came up with Canoe, but that was another building.
That was a whole
different
different building. Yeah. So what I remember about the 14 Mile was, say bye to Bell Movies on, people.
Oh, Rieger.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Was that Dead Bird Girl too from that building?
Dead bird girl was right
Dead
out
Bird Girl,
here.
yeah, it was out
Dead
here.
bird girl was right here. There was a dead bird outside, and she
No, but
walked past it and kicked it, or just see if it was alive.
But 14 Mile was also where Evan tripped in the hallway,
Yep.
Oh, that's right.
running away when nobody was looking. But
Yeah.
fortunately, the cameras are always rolling.
Yeah, the security cameras caught that. That was good. That's where Mike originally broke. We had
Yeah.
we had like a man cave set up, and Mike. It was about a week, and Mike broke the controller.
Yeah,
the
through the-
Xbox.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ruin that.
Yep. And then nobody went in that room ever again.
A lot happened in that building.
All right, time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? This is a special edition of Are You Going to Eat This? And this could be a disaster because I forgot to ask you a key question.
Uh-oh.
But here we go. All right, Gator, here's the key question. Do you like Cheez-Its?
Yes.
Okay.
We got a whole slew of Cheez-It flavors.
Yep. And I thought you did.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't sure because I
I
get,
think you're kind of un-American if you don't like Cheez-Its.
well, I got that confused with Cheeto dust because we've done a lot of things that get Cheeto dusted now.
I like Cheetos. I just don't need to get stuff that's Cheeto dusted.
All right. Cheez-Its has announced a brand new limited time roadside attraction in 2024. The Cheez-It Diner is opening in Woodstock, New York. It's a Cheez-It Diner. So everything is Cheez-It based in the Cheez-It Diner. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So here are some of the featured items on the menu.
Okay.
A cheeseburger, CHEEZ burger. This is featuring pimento cheese, lettuce, pickles, and all on an extra big Cheez-It cracker. So the cheeseburger, instead of a bun, you have extra big Cheez-It crackers serving the purpose of the bun. Skater, would you eat that?
Wait, isn't that just going to crumble as soon as you take a first bite?
I mean, it's got a lot of taco properties, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, and tacos do crumble.
And I love tacos. I would try it. Remove the lettuce and then give it a shot.
Okay. All right, so you're in for that. Kang, would you try it?
The mess factor seems high in
Yep.
this. Like
Does seem high.
if it's an actual just a big bun-sized cracker, I don't think I want it.
No?
It's just gonna fall apart.
I want to try it because I'm curious about the extra large cracker. Like, is it actually, or is it going to be a little puffier so that, you know what I mean?
More like ciabatta style or something?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know. If it's
yeah.
like that, I could, but
more doughy than
Yeah.
it is crackery.
Doug?
No.
Oh, because burger. What was
Yeah.
turkey burger?
I might give it a shot if it's a turkey burger, yeah.
Jeez, we got to change all the rules from it. Yeah.
No, I just said no. You changed the rules.
I said I feel like we have to.
Next up. All right, so a yes, a no, and a no. They have Cheez-It Chicky Tendies. Cheesy Chicky Tendies. This is a chicken tender coated in Cheez-It crumbs with options of adding spicy seasoning and a side of either hot honey or Hidden Valley cheesy ranch. The Cheesy Chicky Tendies, Gator. Would you eat it?
Yeah, I would. Chicken. I love chicken tenders. You're gonna coat them in that. That's fine. I'll give it a shot. Hot honey. That sounds good.
Oh yeah, the ranch. I love me some chicken tendies, man.
Try them both.
I'm in.
Doug.
Yes, with the hot
Yes.
honey. I'm in. Yeah, I'd do that. Yep.
Doug, man, chicken.
All right. Next item available.
I like
at
a hot honey.
The Cheez-It Diner. Baked white cheddar mac and Cheez-It topped with cracker crumble.
So it's mac and cheese made with.
Mac and cheese. It says baked white cheddar mac and Cheez-It topped with cracker crumble. I don't know if that's very descriptive.
I picture it as mac and cheese, white mac and cheese, and then you top it with the Cheez-It crumble. And it's delicious. Sure, 100%.
Okay, Kang?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Doug?
Doug?
No.
Why?
What?
I'm not a giant mac and cheese fan. Limited time only. Occasionally, mac and
Wouldn't
cheese.
this be the time you try it?
This is probably
Something
not what I
special?
would do. No, probably. I like, if I'm going to go mac and cheese, I like it with like barbecue chicken. Have you ever had that?
Yeah.
The barbecue chicken mixed in? That's when I'm going mac and
A
cheese.
lobster mac? You like lobster mac?
Yeah, I do like lobster mac, but
Well, yeah, we're not talking like box mac and cheese, like
Yeah,
the
no,
gourmet
no,
mac and
this
cheese.
is-
Doug, you're
Yeah,
not in
I-
oven baked, you know.
it's just like I said with like a milkshake.
Like the Clarkston Union
I'm going
stuff?
to Dairy Queen and getting a Blizzard. If I'm going to have a milkshake, that's what I'm getting.
Clarkston Union
not
mac
really
and
a
cheese, and they
milkshake,
get
though, is
that hard crust on it, Kang. You know, the cracker crust they
That's
put
what I
on that.
imagine the Cheez-It
Yeah,
thing's
that's what
gonna
I'm
be
saying.
like.
I mean, it's so good. So good.
All right, next up, the deluxe Cheez-It milkshake, a vanilla base blended with Cheez-Its, then garnished with whipped cream, chocolate syrup, sprinkles, a caramel and cheese cracker rim.
Absolutely not. Absolutely positively not. I am not mixing cheddar cheese Cheez-Its with ice cream and chocolate sauce. No. It sounds horrible.
Gang,
I don't think I want this either.
I think this sounds terrible.
Why would they do
So
that?
it's 0 for 3. I don't know. And final thing at the Cheez-It Diner, the sweet and salty cheesecake, CHEEZ cake, with a cracker crust, caramel drizzle, and some extra big Cheez-It crackers.
No. What No. Like, I'm trying to picture that when he first said it. I'm like, all right, before I say no too quickly, let me hear it out. Is it going to be some kind of like, you know, sometimes you get that, there's like a cheese dip that it's like really thick and kind of, you know, creamy like that, like with cream cheese, and you're going to do with the Cheez-Its. I could get into that, but this is actually cheesecake with the Cheez-It crust? No. Again, leave my dessert alone.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the same camp. I'm a no on this.
Cheddar cheese does not belong in desserts, and I understand there's an apple pie crowd that thinks, oh, you throw a slice of cheddar on there. I never understood that either.
Me either.
Yeah, I love cheesecake normally.
I love
but
cheesecake.
regular cheesecake. Yeah, I don't need I don't need actual cheese.
You top it with like berries, caramel drizzle on that. That sounds good. Not like Cheez-Its.
Well, that concludes a Cheez-It edition for the Cheez-It Diner of Are You Going to Eat That? So there you go. The NHL is actually doing something cutting edge that I don't think we can make fun of them for it, and I think others will follow suit. Kang, do you agree? Others will follow suit?
I think they should.
Yeah, we will get to that today at 12:47. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted into the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering you on loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders and best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too. No matter where you hail from, you're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. Plus, they got the coolest debit cards around. Michigan fans, they got a Block M, they got a Winged Helmet debit card, they got Lions debit cards. They got one coming out that's going to match the black uniforms. You got to check it out. With your UMCU debit card, you're calling plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today at umcu.org. It took less than 10 minutes. And get in the game. Hey, while you're there, check out their resources for student, auto, and home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M credit card. Win with UMCU. Some restrictions apply. See site for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday. You can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan and the Birchie Kid are responsible for some great content. You can also see you voted as champion chump of the weekend at 971theticket.com. You can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, participate in the streaming chat there. Good community of people. And you can see us, including Gator's color-coordinated outfit today. Check it out at twitch.tv. Same thing with
Somewhat.
Somewhat. YouTube.com. It is an interesting look you got going on.
You like the hat?
Yeah. It's an interesting look you've got going on right here. So
It's a special Michigan State Red Wing hat is what it is.
So that doesn't help driving people to go see what the hat is. Well, you tell them what it is, but you can see it if you want to see his special edition hat and matching shirt. Check it out at twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket. YouTube.com. Same thing. Okay. So game 7 last night, Edmonton goes into Vancouver, dominates most of the game, hangs on for a 3-2 win. Edmonton outshot Vancouver 12-2 in the first, despite being on the kill for 4 minutes. They had a 4-minute double minor that they had to kill, but still outshot them 12-2. They got 2 early in the second period, one from our guy Zach Hyman on a tip-in out front, and then they're up 3-0. Third period, 3-0 Edmonton in Vancouver. By the way, that arena looked unusually darkly lit.
That's the way I envision the Western hockey trips to be.
So I don't. I thought that the lighting was weird last night. Vancouver, Edmonton, game 7. Just me? Or you think that's all West Coast?
I didn't notice it any darker.
Anyone else thought that was kind of a dull lighting? Something. All right. Anyway, so bad turnover by Edmonton. Vancouver gets 1. It's 3-1. Another goal. It was Philip Hronek, wasn't it?
Yeah,
make it 3-2. And they kind of hung on from there and won 3-2. So in the West, it's Edmonton and Dallas. The East is Florida and Boston. But I didn't realize this till last night when they made the comment during the broadcast. Did you see where the NHL draft is this year?
It's in Vegas, isn't it?
Yeah. See where?
The Sphere?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NHL was the first one to park a draft in the Sphere.
Awesome.
Good for them.
Yeah.
The NHL always seems to be lagging behind. I don't doubt that every league will have a draft in the Sphere. Every single one. The NHL is the first one to do it. Do you remember their awards show with the campy band music we used to make fun of because it sounded like some producer that used to do the Academy Awards in the late 60s, early 70s got the job of producing the NHL awards show in like 2007?
Yes.
And it was so campy and so bizarre and so spectacularly NHL.
Like, and it was still entertaining.
It was entertaining.
Because Canadians are funny. And there are a large contingent of Canadian celebrities who were up there helping to move that thing along. It was great.
Do you remember the song, the walk-up song? It was so hilariously bad. And it just...
It's a horn section going on.
Yeah, it was like a game show from the 70s or something. It was so funny, and we laughed so hard. But now...
Ladies and gentlemen, Anne Murray. That's what we're going to hear. You know? But instead it was like cutting edge. It was, ladies and gentlemen, Avril Lavigne. The guy from the band that nobody wants to admit they listen to is Chad Kroeger, Nickelback.
Well, a lot of Canadian pop stars.
He's doing pretty well.
He's hockey.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, they're going to the Sphere. Now, every time I see video of the Sphere, I'm blown away.
Yes.
Inside and out.
Yes.
And it's this monstrosity. Like when I first saw it, I thought, that's too much, man. It's dominating the skyline. But then everything they do looks so cool. I can't believe the NHL was the first one to think of this and to do their draft there.
I'm going to be out in Vegas later this summer.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see what it looks like from a distance on the Strip. rather than going right up
Go
to it.
inside.
I mean, you got to find a reason to go in.
Well, I'd like to, except the I think it's like $114 just to set foot in there for tickets for the Sphere experience or something like that.
Yeah, and you
says it's
spent all your disposable income on the Bally's app, so.
It says tickets start at $79 plus fees.
Yeah.
So I don't-
Fees. Oh, you and your
Wait a second.
fees,
Hold on.
people.
Hold on. What do you get for $79?
You get a 45-minute or 50-minute tour, depending on which one you pick. And there's a bunch of stuff that, obviously they're going to have stuff on the whole, ceiling, walls, whatever, the Sphere.
We should probably explain what the Sphere is for people who don't know, although I imagine most people do know.
Literally a giant sphere in the middle of Vegas.
It's a massive,
It's massive because inside the Sphere is like a concert venue, where it's I don't know, what is it, 15,000 people, King? Something like that.
Yeah, uh-huh.
So you got to figure it's like arena size to 15,000 because it's open on the one end where the stage is, where the acts will perform. And then inside and outside are, I don't know, billions of LED lights that are up there, and they can conform to anything that they want. So it'll show video, it'll do messaging, whatever it is that they want to do. It's incredible. And we talked last year about it, how there was people be on the golf course out there.
yeah.
And the Sphere could be trained on one tee, like at the first tee box or whatever, at the win or something like that. And depending on where the ball landed, if you hooked it out of bounds, the Sphere, which was a happy face, would turn into like an indifferent face shaking its head. Like,
Yeah, it would
you
mock
just-
the golfers
Yeah.
at a golf course miles away.
Amazing.
I mean, it's first of all, it's 37 stories tall, so it dominates the skyline.
Yeah.
But you look in. It doesn't matter what show is in there. U2 performed in there. I guess the Grateful Dead have been in there. All kinds of.
Well, or tribute to Great.
Whatever it was. Yeah, what they put in videos emerge of what's being shown on the inside.
Amazing.
It looks incredible.
It's like an IMAX. It looks like IMAX
Times
movie type
10.
stuff. Yeah, on steroids with a million speakers that are in there, and apparently there's not really a bad seat there to be had.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to listen. If Daddy does all right, if on the tables,
Do you know what dates are there?
I do.
Okay. Do you want to look up and see what's playing at the Sphere?
I've already looked, and there's nothing there other than the experience or whatever. Because it's the days I'm not
Okay.
going on a weekend, so it'll be just different there. But if the 9 hits and craps, then maybe
Maybe you're going to go?
maybe we'll go.
You can afford it.
Yeah, Dead
Just
Forever.
go.
Was,
Well,
I'm going to try to go. I'm
it's-
going to be there
I
during the
want to
draft.
go. If it's just me, I would, but I got to
you're
convince
going
a
to be
couple
there
others.
during the draft?
Yeah. I'm going to try to get. Can I get into the draft somehow, you think?
Dude, I hope so. Can we apply for credentials for you?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that. I want to hear the music. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, is that
that
just
the
the
end-
awards?
Yeah, it's just the award show.
At the end of June, is that when the draft is?
Yeah.
Dead Forever, Dead and Company's residency. That's what it is. That's there until July 13th.
Yeah, and they're playing on. They're not playing every night. They're playing
No.
like Fridays or Saturdays.
No. Wow, Kang. Yeah, I hope we got to get you in the draft. You got to see this thing. Can you imagine what they're going to do with the ceiling during the draft?
Like highlights in that thing.
It's going to be a bit much, is my guess. Every time I see anything in there, if you're going to a band, you're going to see a band and they're playing in there and they've got scenery on the ceiling. Are you even paying attention to the band?
I
I mean, you hear the music, obviously, but
I think you'll be distracted by the show. I mean, I think the bands that go there, go there with the intention of putting something
Incorporating.
together. They incorporate all that. That's why, I mean, U2 is the perfect choice of a band to do it because U2 has always been cutting edge with the visuals that they do with their shows.
yeah.
Like Pink Floyd would have been one to do that if they still toured, but they don't.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty wild. NHL draft June 28th and 29th. Be held at the Sphere.
Get them
So-
credentialed. Let's go. Video, whole thing.
Yeah. I'm just looking even at the tickets. Round 1, find tickets. Accept. Do I get the dot matrix?
Set Kang up to do an interview with Stevie
Yeah,
Eisenman.
Kang, these aren't that expensive.
No?
No.
The NHL, man.
You can get in for $60.
Yeah, I can see that. Section 409, row 8, standard,
Yeah.
$59.63.
That's right. Or you can sit in row 9, same price. Yeah, I think you should. I think you should definitely go.
Yeah, credential go all over the place.
Bravo NHL.
Yeah, I know that's going to be cool.
Yeah, I give them credit. They broke the ceiling on this. First one's in. So, Gator, an idea for umpires to make them better at their job. We will get to that coming up today at 1:20. In the meantime, OTAs start today for the Detroit Lions. Big day. We'll talk some Lions straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Reese Olson got drilled with a 102-mile-an-hour liner in last night's game, which ended his night in the third inning, and it resulted in a right hip contusion. Not too bad, all things considered. Sports Info Solution tracks the number of times pitchers are hit and awards grades to them according to the level of injury from 1 to 5, with 5 being the worst. So far this year, there have been 53 players hit with comebackers, and 6 of them have been awarded a 4 grade, all of which have left the game. Olson classifies in that as well. With Olson departing early, A.J. Hinch had to use Brisky for 2 1/3 innings, Wentz for 0 innings in total. 5 runs he gave up, though. Vest for a couple, and Lang with the final inning. Hinch was asked the shape of the pen going forward today and the rest of the series. Casey Mize makes the start today. First pitch at 7:40 over on 97.1 The Ticket. After losing 2 of their best players to the portal, Oakland University added a piece today. Allen David Mukeba Jr. is heading to Auburn Hills. He comes over from UMKC, 7 points, 4 rebounds, and a block per game in the Summit League last year for him. Also, this just in, Oakland University baseball player Brandon Decker has been named the Horizon League Pitcher of the Year. He led the HL in Ks, saves, innings pitched, and wins. He was the relief pitcher of the year last year before converting to a starter this year. The NBA kicks off the conference finals tonight as the 6th-seeded Pacers face the number 1 seed Boston. Tip at 8 on ESPN. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, OTA's underway. You put something in your show sheet about big players missing out or skipping OTAs?
Yeah, I saw that Justin Jefferson doesn't plan on attending them. I think T. Higgins was another one. I just saw an offensive lineman, Tristan Wirfs. I think he's not going to go. You know, guys are concerned about injuries, and they want, new contracts too. This is their leverage.
Interesting. We haven't heard anything about any Lions skipping, have we?
No, not
I don't think we have. All right, so one of the storylines here with OTAs is probably the first real extended look at Hendon Hooker. Okay? I hesitate to bring his name up because I know what it can lead to, but his development is kind of important.
Very important.
And last year when he basically was given the all clear, they were in season. They weren't going to use a bunch of reps for him in practice. That was a team trying to win a division, and everything they did in practice was about that. Now he could work out on the side, and he got some reps, but not many. And I was looking at Dave Burkett's story today about, the beginning of OTAs, and he wrote, Hooker barely practiced last season, though in his return from a college knee injury, and needs reps to get ready for this season. He should get plenty of time under center this spring, including in the last week of OTAs, when his decision-making accuracy and arm strength will be on semi-public display for the first time in Detroit. So, look, Jared Goff is a starter, and that's not under much debate, but what should be a bit of a concern, and this team has put effort into checking a lot of boxes. I mean, let's face it. They went out and used a 4th-round pick on a guy that his biggest impact might be special teams. So they're paying attention to the details. They are, looking at relatively minor contributors being worthy of draft picks. The backup quarterback, I don't think is a minor detail. I think it is a big detail in the modern era of football. We looked at it, it was an average of 18 quarterbacks played 15, 16, or 17 games the last 3 seasons. Now, not all of those seasons were truncated because of injuries. Some of them were performance-based. You start the season as a starter, but you need to have a backup ready to go. You never know when you need a Nick Foles to help you in the most important games of the year. And so this is a storyline. I have defended Jared Goff against the Hooker arguments staunchly. But I am probably as interested in many of the Hendon Hooker fans out there in this guy's development for what this team needs right here, right now. And if you got a relatively young guy, I mean, he's not as young as a lot of second-year quarterbacks. He's an inexperienced guy, but he's relatively early in his career, his professional career for sure, that could be your backup quarterback for the next couple of years. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and you're hoping that he's got everything down in terms of the playbook. He knows the plays, that he is an accurate thrower, whether it's deep passes or intermediate passes, that he's able to step in and command that. And the other thing everybody's expecting is that he's mobile and he can make plays with his feet if he has to. He's not going to be anywhere near as advanced as Goff is throwing the football, obviously, because he has no experience at the NFL level. But if he can do that competently, we're all going to breathe easier in case, the break glass situation happens where Goff gets hurt or misses time and you got to bring somebody in. You want to make sure that person is up to speed, and that's what I'm hoping to see. But if he does show all those aspects, that he's got all that down with the offense and he can throw the football, and that's great, then it's nice to know that you've also got a guy that offers a little bit of a different skill set too because of the mobility.
Yep. So The other thing that is going to be on display for the first time, we mentioned special teams. I don't know that the public is ready for the shock that will be the new kickoff rule. This is a stark contrast to what we've been doing. The ceremonial kickoff is being replaced by a rule that will allow for more kick returns and allegedly will be safer. But that includes like a kick landing zone, believe it or not. The kicker will line up on the 35 like he always did, but the coverage unit will line up on the opposing team's 40. Okay? So
and they'll be 5 yards apart from each other, correct?
The coverage unit will be on the opposing team's 40. The return team, yes, will be at the 35. So everybody on the return team is inside their own 35. Everybody in the coverage unit, with the exception of the kicker, will be at the 40 in the returning team's territory. So I am imagining here that they will practice this quite a bit to get used to it, but there is a landing zone. The kickers will be kickoffs that hit in the landing zone must be returned. The landing zone, I think, is the 20s and in. Yeah, it's the 20s and in. If downed, you get the ball at the 20. There's not much reward for downing it.
No.
If a kickoff goes into the end zone and stays in bounds, the receiving team will get the ball at the 30. Kickoffs short of the landing zone would be treated like a kickoff out of bounds, and the receiving team would get the ball on its own 40. So kicking teams are going to be compelled to kick the ball specifically into the landing zone and try and pin them deep. Return teams will be compelled to bring it back, and there won't be as many high-impact, high-speed collisions because they're lining up close to one another.
And
Does that sound confusing? I bet it sounds very confusing.
I think it is. And if I'm not mistaken, so the kickoff team, those guys are lined up on the opposing team's 35 or 40-yard line?
40-yard
the 40-yard line.
10 guys from the coverage team lined up on the 40.
They can't move until the ball is fielded.
So the ball either hits the ground or is caught.
Okay,
so
and then
you're
they can start
standing
going.
still.
So there's going to be quite a learning curve with this.
Yep.
And I'm curious to see the different strategies that are involved. Like if you're on the coverage unit, your team's kicking off, and obviously this is to boost the likelihood that the ball gets returned. Like how many guys is a strategy kick to the left side and the guys that are on the right side of that coverage unit that one or two of those guys peel back immediately? Like they're not even moving forward because they're there to prevent once this play, if it busts through that opening line, it's like a sprinting competition.
I feel like somebody is going to come up with as we watch this evolve, somebody's going to do something really smart. Either they're going to find a way to return every kick for a touchdown, or somebody's going to find a way to pin you inside the 5 with some sort of strategy.
You know what I like about this?
What?
The Fipper.
Fipper's pretty smart.
Dave Fipp, the
special teams coach for the Lions.
I think he's done really well with the special teams. I think he definitely has plans in place. That's what OTAs are for, here to show what his plans are.
So the other thing that I find fascinating about this Lions offseason, and one thing that I'm not sure makes sense to me, is I sat there and listened to them talk about Sione Vaki, the running back that they got from Utah, and how they think he's an elite special teams player. And does not feel like they think, didn't they basically say they expect him to be a special teams guy primarily? Like his biggest impact will be on special teams.
Right.
And yet the kicker is Badgley. It seems as though they will put high resources into helping things like the coverage unit. And I'm not sure that they figured out the kicking thing yet. And that's not to say that they won't, but something seems incongruent there.
Well,
investing a 4th-round pick in a guy that's an elite special teams player, but still going with Badgley as your kicker.
Well,
I don't know.
For the player, it's you're adding depth to your roster at this point because Brad Holmes has built up the roster.
Yeah.
You don't have holes in the roster anymore. So now you're going with depth guys, and Vaki is the ability to play on both sides of the ball. safety in college, also as a running back. And you mentioned they like his return game stuff. As far as the Badgley thing is concerned, I'm not worried about that at all in terms of him being the place kicker, because I think there will be competition once they get to training camp. They'll bring other guys in. And everybody's waiting to see what the bidding war is going to be for Jake what's-his-nuts over at with the Panthers.
Bates.
Jake Bates. There we go. But I mean, the guy's got a hell of a leg.
Yeah.
And we get to see it because it's Michigan Panthers, and they continue, playoff bound and all that. Let's see if he continues kicking well. And, there's a number of NFL teams that will be looking into it because they would like to improve the kicking game. And Lions aren't any different. Signing because Badgley's back, I don't think it guarantees he's the guy.
No, it doesn't. I find that they sold me that they did the smart thing with going after and getting Sione Vaki. But then the more I start thinking about it, but they're comfortable with Badgley. Like, I've bought into, invest in your special teams, but it seems like the not so much the kicker position. But you're right. There's a lot of time between now and the season.
But maybe they have bought into Badgley, Doug. At least more so than.
Do you think that's likely?
Well, I just bring this up because at the end of the year,
because you might be right,
he ended up beating out Patterson. Like, they were having competitions on a weekly basis that we did not know about in the public, in the media, right?
Yeah.
Phip talked about it. He's like, he went up there and said, I was waiting for someone to ask me.
Yeah.
I threw out a hint the other last week. No one picked up on it. Badgley beat him out. He clearly has a stronger leg, and he hit a pretty important field goal in the playoffs. Now, they didn't go to him in the Niners game, and that might have been the one where it maybe put you at ease if they would have let him go out there and kick it and put the points on the board instead of going for fourth down. But maybe this is one of those Brad Holmes things where he says, well, we believed in these guys, So I'm not saying I believe fully on board either, Doug, but maybe,
It's certainly possible.
Yeah.
I just find it kind of interesting. All right. I saw some pretty disturbing numbers. I don't know if I believe them about umpiring, but you found a story about how they can make umpiring better almost immediately, and it wouldn't take much. We'll get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we're experiencing nice warmer weather here. We had some storms come through, and check your basement, check your crawl space, make sure it's dry. If it's not, I got the people to call. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Want to make sure that your AC is running cold. Pool in the backyard is going to run warm this summer. You don't want to play the waiting game at get burned at all. Don't want to do that. Make sure your thermostats are all working. I mean, AC is going to be key. I almost turned it on last night. Again, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97-1 to take it. Tigers in Kansas City last night. Close game, 1-1. Reese Olson gets hit by a line drive, knocked out. Nobody in the majors has as bad luck as Reese Olson. Like, no run support, like offensive run support. What did I do to my teammates' run support? As someone said, it must be years and years of his ancestors doing something wrong, all catching up to his lineage and it coming down on Reese Olson, because this guy, he's got no run support, and then he gets drilled by a line drive last night, which was just cruel and unusual punishment. But knocked out of the game. Bo Brisky came in and showed pretty well. Joey Wentz came in and didn't get anybody out, gave up 5 runs and was chased. And the game was pretty much over. The Tigers did flirt with a comeback, loading the bases. Ended up losing 8-3. Best part, Colt Keith, 3 for 4, and has brought his batting average up like 70 points in the last 11, 12 games. Casey Mize pitching tonight. Gator, I saw something in the world of baseball I find hard to believe, but there's a Twitter account called Umpire Auditor, where basically they look at every call umpires make in Major League Baseball. And according to this Twitter account, umpires missed 1,005 calls the week of May 13th.
That's pretty specific. Okay.
But so over a week's span, does it seem possible that umpires missed 1,005 calls?
Well,
so that's every ball and strike, every fair and foul, every safe or out.
From a number of pitches, let's say there are roughly 300 pitches a game.
Roughly, okay, yeah.
Okay, and you do that by 16 games a day or 15 games a day.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, start doing the math of 4,500 pitches a day.
Okay.
You do that by a week, by let's say six times you're doing that.
Yep.
So now you're at over, 27,000 pitches or something like that. So if they're missing
1,000,
1 in 27, is that the ratio?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's
4%.
Yeah. I suppose it's believable. But you found a story with an incredible simple solution that I think would help.
I think it's a brilliant idea, and I give credit to the guy that I don't really want to give credit to because I'm not a big fan of his, but Carlos Correa. He said, I feel like pitchers are too nasty right now for umpires to see. I feel like if the umpires knew what was coming and they had a pitch comm, they would make calls so much better. It's really hard for them to just be able to call pitches, especially the way the catchers are framing nowadays. If they had a device where it says slider and they're anticipating the slider and they know where it has to start and land for it to be a strike, then we'd get so many calls. But the fact that they are over there blind, it's really hard. I just think their job is just too hard for me to be harsh on them. Sometimes get calls, sometimes I don't, and you move on. So his idea about giving the umpires the pitch comm, because that way they would know what the pitch is in advance and can act accordingly, I think is actually really smart. Everyone wants to, they're talking about what they use in the minor leagues with the automated ball strike system, where it has the little screen you see on TV. If it lands in the box, it's a strike.
Yep.
And they have the ability to appeal. The batter can tap his head if he wants to appeal it, and the catcher can do the same thing. I think the pitcher can do the same thing. Hey, let's appeal this. And it's done immediately. It's done within 3 seconds. You've got the call. And it works pretty well. But if you don't want to if baseball wants to hang on to any semblance of tradition here and just they don't want to go to that just yet, this makes sense. This is using technology to the umpire's benefit, because the story from CBS Sports says from the start of the 2023 season through the current date, it says plate umpires have gotten 92.7% of ball strike calls correct. By the sounds of it, that's a lofty enough figure, but the reality is that large number of called balls and strikes are obvious decisions, very plainly in or out of the zone, even to the untrained eye. Then it says, consider this. According to True Media data, plate umps on pitches classified as, quote, on the corners have had a called ball strike accuracy rate of just 58.5% since the start of the 23 season. When a pitch is on the corner and there are 2 strikes on the hitter, that accuracy rate falls to 45.9%. So what this is saying is that they're getting all the obvious stuff mostly right. But when you start getting to the corners, it's a coin flip. And think of how awful it is when you see that. As a fan, you got something that's well outside the strike zone. It's called a strike. I mean, you watched the game last night. Torkelson had in a bat where there was one was high and out of the zone. They called it a strike. The next pitch was wide and out of the zone. They called it a strike. And it obviously changes everything. In a game that is struggling to find, offensive traction right now.
Yeah.
Even though they've tried to do some stuff, the shift and let's pitch quicker and all this, the offense still isn't picking up. I think this would be something that would help with the balls and strikes call.
I think it really stands to reason. If the umpire knows what pitch is coming, the umpire has a better chance of calling it accurately when it gets to the plate.
Yeah. Exactly. So I think it's actually a really smart idea from Carlos Correa. I'm glad he brought this up.
Yep.
I don't know if he was the first one to come up with it or not, but it's the first one we're reading about. And I hope that Major League Baseball considers this. Now, unfortunately, baseball usually takes a long time to react, and this doesn't sound like this would be done anytime soon. Certainly not during the season. They don't like to do that during the season.
No.
But I wish they would. I wish they'd be proactive on stuff like this. Because it's something as simple as giving the umpire that same communication system that the pitchers and catchers have. That's it. He's not doing anything other than, I already know what the pitch is.
Yep.
It's going to be a slider. It's going to break to the outside. I'm ready to see that. As opposed to before, maybe you set up inside, pitch breaks to the outside, and you're like, well, it didn't break that much. It's a strike. But in reality, it was. And if you know it's going to go over there, then maybe you position yourself differently once the pitch starts to come, and you can be more accurate with your balls and strikes calls.
Okay, I'll ask the classic Stoney question. What's the downside? What are we not thinking about?
I guess, is it downside that is the umpire going to tip a pitch by the way that he lines up or sets up behind the catcher? I mean, I think it's easily remedied, and I also don't think that the batters are going to be able to react quickly enough to see where the umpire is setting up right before the pitch, because they got to pay attention to the pitcher.
The best part about that quote from Correa is understanding how difficult that job is.
Yeah.
I think people think there's some superhuman class of umpire out there that aren't being hired because they're asking for too much money or something. The guys working at the major league level have been evaluated and passed through as the best in the business. Now, some of them, they seem to be being protected and not demoted, which they might deserve.
Angel Hernandez.
Yeah, but for the most part, these guys are the best in the world at it, and it's incredibly difficult.
When they slow things down to frame by frame and you see how difficult some of these decisions are and they get them right, I mean, the vast majority of the time, I'm talking balls and strikes calls. I'm talking plays at first base. Did he throw him out at home? Was he safe at second trying to steal? That kind of stuff, I'm amazed at how often they get that right, because it's not easy, particularly when you slow it down frame by frame. But this is about balls and strikes. And I think this is the biggest beef that maybe fans have watching a game at home, because you see that box on the TV that'll let you know if it's a ball or a strike.
Yep.
And you immediately can react to it and say, that's not a ball or a strike. And the umpire doesn't have that.
I would suspect the umpires hate that box on the TV.
I'm sure they do. and I don't care.
Yep.
Your job's tough. You're getting paid well to do it. I don't care if you don't like it. This is a way that you can be more accurate with your balls and strikes calls. Now, is it going to go up from, balls on the corners that you're calling it at an accuracy rate of 46%? Is that going to jump it up to 100%? No, but it'll jump it up significantly higher than the 46% with two strikes, and significantly higher, I think, than the 58.5% on regular count situations. I mean, wouldn't it stand to reason that they'd get it at least at a 75% rate?
One might think, yeah.
So why not?
Yeah. It's an interesting idea. It probably doesn't cost much, if really anything. An extra pitch comm on the umpire. Doesn't take any special training. Just makes everything better.
Whoa.
What? Is there a whoa? We got a whoa?
This is a surprise retirement.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you get fooled?
No.
Do we get it to it now or get to it coming up?
King, what do you think?
Well, I want to do it now, but we are literally up against the break.
All right, well, we'll do it when we come back. 97.1 the ticket. Doug Hire, Scott Anderson. All right, what's this retirement? I can't tell if this is real or if you're joking around.
There's no joking around. A legend is retiring. Kobayashi.
Oh.
You remember Kobayashi, the competitive eater, hot dog champion, won the mustard belt like 6 times?
Yeah, wasted career.
I don't know about wasted. He just won it 6 times or whatever.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but
then got in a little dispute with the competitive eating world. He was in a contract dispute with Major League Eating.
Yep.
He then attended that year's hot dog contest as a spectator. Then he was arrested because he hopped up on stage at the conclusion of the event.
Yep.
So he is giving it up. He said, I want to live a healthy and long life, so I've decided to quit competitive eating contests.
Okay.
Said he lost his appetite and ability to even smell food, which was a wake-up call for him to make drastic lifestyle changes.
Okay, so a couple things about it. How long has he been doing this?
He rose to fame after winning his first 4th of July contest back in 2001.
Okay.
And then won the belt 5 more times.
So he's been competitive eating since, but he just hasn't been at the MLE level.
Correct.
Okay.
He's still been doing competitive eating, yes.
So he rose to fame in 2001. So let's just call this a 23-year career.
Okay.
And now he's worried about his health.
Yeah.
As one should be.
Well, when you can't smell food anymore or taste food anymore.
That's the part, it's the part of the game nobody talks about. You lose. Is this tantamount to an adult film star losing the enjoyment of doing what they do?
Interesting you equate porn with hot dog eating.
Some refer to them as wieners, Doug.
Yeah.
But you start thinking about like the joys
I'm feeling nothing here.
The joys of both
are taken away.
When you turn it into your job.
Yeah, it's not the same.
No.
So Joey Chestnut, who was the one who stepped in and became the new hero of competitive eating. This is from TMZ Sports. Joey Chestnut's longtime opponent revealed the news in the Netflix documentary Hack Your Health, The Secrets of Your Gut, saying he's ready to focus on his well-being and repair the damage that he's done to his body over the past 2 decades. So we're going to get a documentary on this.
On Joey Chestnut?
Hack Your Health, The Secrets of Your Gut is a Netflix documentary.
And it's about Joey Chestnut.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Based on what I'm able to figure out here. But, I mean, this is...
So those who
deal,
dreamed of seeing Kobayashi and Chestnut back competing against one another, that dream is over.
Yeah.
Competing against one another, that dream is over.
Done.
Or is this like a boxing retirement? Is Kobayashi just retiring now publicly only to make his glorious return at this year's Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest to the highest ratings that the sport has ever seen?
I don't think so. I think there's integrity involved. And
yeah, it's an excellent point.
This is the retirement of a legend, man.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you compare the two?
And he compared to porn, too.
I'm over here having a lot of fun with this. Okay, so that's it. No more Kobayashi.
No more Kobayashi.
But here's the thing. When's the last time you saw him eat?
Probably a few years ago. I think there was some special I saw talking about the wait a minute. Yeah, it was a 30 for 30. Didn't they do a 30 for 30 on the hot dog eating stuff?
Was he still
ESPN
eating?
Shorts? But he was still doing it, but not with the Major League Eating.
Yeah,
it was like another.
Was it the Japanese circuit or something else?
Some other circuit that he was doing, because everybody looks at these guys and say all they do is eat the hot dogs, but it's the world of competitive eating is far beyond that. And Chestnut is a legend for other stuff he does, but Kobayashi is too. I think that's the last time I saw was several years ago with that.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I saw the man eat. So this retirement doesn't really affect me all that much.
Wow. I thought you loved tradition and history.
I would have if they kept kept eating against one another. But, every year I was like, is Kobayashi back? No. Well, Chestnut's going to win. It's really killed the game. Used to be so
Well,
much
these
better.
guys were so far and away. I mean, first of all, Kobayashi was the pioneer. You know, you'd have these contests. I don't know what the first mustard belt, when somebody won the first mustard belt, was like 18 hot dogs or something like that. Then this guy like doubles it,
Right.
you know, and then takes his game up a notch. And then these guys are eating north of 50 hot dogs in the 5 minutes or whatever you have to eat them. It becomes disgusting, dunking the buns in the water. It's so gross. You know, they literally have like 3 hot dogs in their mouth at one time. Their cheeks are puffed out like squirrels going up a tree in late October. It's just awful. It's disgusting. And then you're waiting to see if there's going to be a reversal of fortune.
Which is
That's a
just
disqualification.
Yeah,
it's the greatest term.
Yeah, it is.
We got a reversal.
And there was controversy. Did Kobayashi have a reversal or not? And then there's been controversy. Has Chestnut had that or not? These guys are like rhythmically eating. They're bobbing their heads like an iguana on a hot rock in Arizona.
It's a technique.
They look like a cockatoo in the Macho Man video from Saturday Night Live skits in the late 70s. Trying to choke it all down.
Doug, it's just like an NBA shooter. You got to get in rhythm, man.
Yeah, get everything get going. He's hot now.
Yeah.
Feed him. Man's got to eat.
Literally feed him.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable what these guys were able to do. And now, coming to his senses.
Well, it is unbelievable, but I just feel like there's so much left on the table. We never saw them eat against one another ever again after 2006? I can't believe they never got over this dispute.
He came to his senses, Gator, after he lost his senses.
Yeah, exactly.
And now, all that's left at the top is Joey Chestnut. And what is in it after him?
I don't know.
Because he might be the greatest of all time. These might be the 2 greatest of all time. And I don't know what else the sport has to offer. Quick, name anybody else.
I've always said this. Major League Eating is bad at building stars. They've been living off Chestnut and then Kobayashi before that. I mean, they need to do it like the NBA model where
Yeah, sure.
there's just more stars.
Isn't there an Eater X?
Yeah, he sucks. He's got the name.
Spell sucks with an X.
Right. These guys have names. They have great names, but there's only two. There's only 2 guys that really get things done.
Yeah, I don't
and
know
these
what's
are
next.
2. Though there are headlines from TMZ Sports involving Kobayashi.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut teases Kobayashi eating showdown. There's a chance. Kobayashi says Joey Chestnut is a cheater. Questions hot dog record. That's from 2019.
Well, I'm going to make a prediction. He will eat again. He will eat again. He will eat again.
Competitively?
Yeah.
You were going to get the Michael Jordan, I'm back?
He will eat again. And I will also predict he will eat in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. In fact, I will shoot the boot guarantee that at some point in the rest of his life, he will eat at Nathan's again.
Wow. That's a shoot the boot guarantee Doug just made on this.
The only way I'm going to lose is if the man dies. So as long as he's alive, I got a chance to be right.
Well, he's 46 years old. Just turned 46 in March.
I suppose given his lifestyle, the clock could be ticking, but
Maybe he regains his sense of smell and taste, Doug. You're
it
right.
comes
yeah.
a glorious return. I mean, tell me if you heard Kobayashi was going to come out of retirement to eat at Nathan's, would it not have the highest ratings in the history of the event?
I'm not going to lie. I'd watch.
I know you would.
I'd watch the Tsunami take on Chestnut.
One of us is here.
I'm all
One of
about
us
it.
is here every 4th of July,
Yep.
and one of us, that's the only thing really going on, and we'll talk about it. I swear I sat in this chair for like 10 of the last 15 4th of Julys, and we're talking about competitive eating. That one day. All right, dingers, blasts, moonshots, whatever you call them, everyone loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays, you can love them even more. That's right, Dinger Tuesdays are back for another season on America's #1 sportsbook. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during that game. If you needed another reason to love the long ball, visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum bonus is $25 per game. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, Gator, we've delayed long enough. Show's almost over, so I'm going to go first. Then you go, then Kang goes. You ready?
Yeah. Sure.
Loss, win, win.
Win, loss, win.
Okay. So I'm loss, win, win. You're win, loss, win. Kang, what are you?
Well, I'm Kang win.
Haha.
I'm going to go win, win, loss.
Win, win, loss. All right, so we all have our records in now for the Lions preseason schedule, which came out earlier today to zero fanfare. Lions will open up the preseason on August 8th at Ford Field against the New York Giants. I wonder if the Giants will wear those awesome new uniforms.
Hopefully.
Yep.
I mean, that winged helmet. It's a great look for the Giants.
The Montreal Wolverines come to town. Then they go to Kansas City. Huge preseason showdown. Try and set the tone for the season as they play against the Chiefs. And that is Saturday, August 17th at 4 p.m. And then Saturday, August 24th at 1 p.m. back at Ford Field, they take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there you go. There is your preseason schedule for the Detroit Lions as released today. The only thing that the NFL doesn't really hype is the releasing of their preseason schedule.
Give it a minute.
Yeah, they'll find a way. 2 home preseason games. Not that it particularly matters. Do you remember the preseason has done the lopping off now all at once? Remember it used to be, all right, you got to cut from 90 to 80 and then 80 to 65 and then all the way down. Like now they just do it all at once.
Well, you're allowed to do it whenever you want.
You can do it
you just
whenever you
have
want.
a cutoff date at the end to get down to 53 or whatever.
Yeah. But they got 2. One thing about the preseason is that some people, it's a chance to get to games that there's not ticket demand. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think every year there should be interest because people want to see the younger players play more. Like it seems like every year I get more and more intrigued by it. And this year in particular, because
that's really funny.
This year in particular, because you got Hendon Hooker who's going to take most of the snaps.
It's a huge part of the story. I'm in a weird place where you're exactly right, but it seems like with the team being good, the preseason means significantly less than it's ever meant before to me. And yet you're right. The Hendon Hooker storyline is a BFD for this season.
Yeah, I mean the Broderick Martin on the defensive side.
Kai Wingo.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a ton of the rookies, the first and second round defensive backs playing in the preseason. Maybe not a ton.
Yeah,
but yeah, there's a lot of guys I think I want to see. Big fella Giomanu.
Christian Mahogany, the guard out of Boston College.
A mean streak.
Is it Isaiah Williams?
Wide receiver
from Illinois that people think might be a steal. So there is reason to watch.
Yeah, the Betts, the kid from Canada. No, kid, he's not kid. He's 29.
Yeah,
defensive player of the year in the Canadian Football League. I mean, I think there's intrigue if you want it to be. I guess you can manufacture it a little bit. Maybe that's what it is. But I really can't wait. I can't wait to see. And for me, it's Hendon Hooker. I want to see Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, I mean,
we haven't seen it.
Nope.
Delayed gratification on this one.
Well, super delayed gratification.
And
sure.
Nate Sudfeld. Yeah. But I mean, Nate knows the playbook. He's been around long enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he might be the number 2. He might be the number 2. In which case, I'm not comfortable with that, you know?
No, I wouldn't be comfortable either.
Just for the record, we are 79 days away from the first preseason game.
All right.
Only 79 days until we get to see the Lions take the field against the Giants. Big game for Valenti. You think he'll be fired up for that one? Do you think he'll go? Or do you think that he wouldn't be caught dead at a preseason football game?
That's probably the first thing. And then the fact is that, he's so disgusted with his Giants that you just, we can ask Mike if he comes in.
Yeah. I don't expect it. But yes, we could ask him if he shows up. Anyway, 79 days away to the first preseason game. The Tigers playing tonight. Casey Mize takes the hill. Game behind a paywall. Maybe tonight's the night. I'm getting closer to caving and having to do something, but I don't want to get the 7-day trial right now. Alec Marsh going for the Kansas City Royals. In yesterday's game, I just will tell you for people who didn't follow the link, our champ of the weekend was dreadful. Javi Baez, who was champ of the weekend, was voted out by the people, turned around and had a messy game.
Yeah, well, when he grounded to 2 double plays right after the rookie, lines base hits and looks good doing it, and then boom, wiped away right away. That's painful. That sucks.
Yep.
And then obviously Reese Olson getting knocked out of the game in the 3rd inning. That sucks. We got Casey Mize going tonight. It sounds like Reese Olson isn't going to be out for any length of time. That he's just it's just a bruise.
Yep.
And hopefully he's ready to make his next start. But Casey Mize makes his next start tonight. His ERA on the year is 3.5. And I'll take 3.5. I mean, I'm trying to forget the fact that he was the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Right.
And maybe you have higher aspirations for that. But right now, where he's at in his career, he's dealt with some injuries, and now he seems healthy. 3.5 ERA and improving. Let's go.
Yeah, I've been encouraged by him. I've been encouraged by Reese Olson. I've been encouraged by a lot of what I've seen this year, and yet I don't think Detroit really is encouraged much at all by what they've seen from this Tiger team. There's a chance that they're going to be getting a boost from Toledo soon, or at least more interest. I just keep waiting to see some Jace Young announcement. But I might be a little bit early on that one. Hell, I thought Jackson Jobe was going to be here by now.
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the way that Jace Young comes up is if something happens to somebody at third base. Either they just stop hitting or somebody gets hurt. Neither situation is good for the Tigers if you want the Tigers to stay in this hunt and start winning some more games here and stay in the hunt for the wild card spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, do you have faith that Gio Urshela or
I mean, do I have faith
or
in
Veerling is going to be the guy at third?
No, I don't.
So
I mean, Urshela has been one of their more productive hitters, but I'm not really that stoked about a 32-year-old third baseman who's probably not here for the long haul.
Right, and it's not like he's got this high on base percentage either. Jace Young has done very well
With the on-base percentage?
Yeah, well, he's 110 points above his average, I believe, is what we did yesterday. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, 276 average, and his on-base percentage is like 386.
Yeah, I mean, you could only have so many guys cutting their teeth at once and try to compete at the same time, but I'm not even really sure how much they're trying to compete. I appreciate that they're a 500 baseball team. I guess now a game below 500, and it's a step in the right direction if they stay here or finish above 500. And if you're doing it with the young players, I like that. But
well, we're here on May 21st. We're still talking about them. They're still in the hunt, and we're still talking about Wenzel Perez of being a guy that he's this year's surprise. And is it going to continue? I mean, he looks like he's got a good approach at the plate, hits the ball hard, and does a lot of the other things that you like to see. Plays a decent center field, runs the bases well, switch hitter.
yeah,
Is that going to continue? Or is this going to be, Akil Baddoo, Chris Shelton, Brennan Bosch, guys we've seen get off to great starts and then not so much after that?
I think we've learned our lesson about getting too fired up from somebody overachieving right
and
away.
I don't think we've been too fired up about Perez. He's done really well,
No.
and I'm happy for him. But I think we're all watching this with a very guarded eye and some skepticism about it because of past performances. Tigers that have been in the same position.
Gator, we have some artist renderings of a new Penn State Beaver Stadium $700 million project. They're going to expand it, and it'll be done before the 2027 season. How many times have you been there?
Once.
Yeah? What'd you think?
I thought it was kind of cool. They pack a lot of people in there.
It's really unique.
I did not like the confines of the broadcast booth when I was there.
It was like being in a submarine.
Yeah, I had like exposed foam and stuff like that. It was really kind of strange.
They've
Girders.
changed it. Of course, I was doing the show this year from the broadcast booth, so you saw they've changed it. It's no longer the submarine, but they're going to upgrade it. I don't know if it's a press box. It's probably just suites.
What is this?
Penn State, $700 million.
You know what? I was sitting there like, man, I wonder if he's talking about Penn State.
Exposed foam. Feels like you're in a sub.
It feels like they just ran out of money. They didn't finish the press box.
Yeah, there was a lot of
like you keep walking down that little hallway, and then all of a sudden the carpet turns into hard floor, turns into dirt.
Yeah, there's. we were streaming live, and I just took the laptop and started walking around the press box so people could see it, and signs on doors that say "Please close the door so the pigeons don't come in" is an actual sign on a door at Penn State's press box.
When Drew Sharp first told me about this, I thought he was joking, and I was just like, "You've got to be kidding me!"
Yep.
Like, as you keep walking down, it's like, okay, you just expect to see open some door, and there's some guy with a hammer in there trying to put it together.
Yeah, right. And yet,
sorry, not done yet.
It's
still working.
Great atmosphere.
5 more minutes.
I'm like, you know what? This doesn't feel safe. I left and went down to the field.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Funny talking little college football and
We did today too.
Jalen Rashada, the whole mess that's going on, and really with everything that's happening,
Mm-hmm.
have you hit your breaking point? Like for me, 94 baseball strike was a breaking point for me.
Yeah.
I never really fully came back from that. Once you smell the grass and see people running out the tunnel this fall, will all of this stuff be forgotten? Or if they hit the breaking point where you'll like it, but you won't love it.
It's going to be interesting. This will be determined by the fans, not by Doug and Scott and Rico and Mike. It's determined by the fans.
And that's what we're going to ask the fans. Like, it's one of those, like, you know what? I was angry all summer long, but
it's back. Saturday
you hit
rolls
the
around.
band, right?
Yeah.
It's 12
Coming
o'clock.
to my city.
No, but it's an adjustment. It's going to be totally an adjustment because I'm not even paying attention to rosters just yet.
And see, that's just
The
it.
off season's much harder to follow.
Or you sitting there like, yay, guy that plays for my favorite team. Don't know his name.
No.
You go number 5
for now.
until week 4 when you transfer because you're playing too well.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Casey Mize makes the start for the Tigers tonight in Game 2 against the Royals. He carries a .350 ERA into play through 43 innings. His start last time out against the Marlins went 6, allowing just 2 earned runs. Mize pulled out the sinker for the first time this year as well. First pitch is set for 7:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mines will oppose Alec Marsh, who's been solid in 7 outings of work so far this year for KC. Former Michigan high school baseball star DJ LeMahieu is currently rehabbing in the Yankees minor league system. He's expected to return to the big club next Tuesday and serve as the Yankees starting third baseman. According to a report by Adam Schefter, Pro Bowler Jamal Adams has a visit with the Ravens today. The 28-year-old safety spent the last 4 years with Seattle, but was released, a move that the Seahawks got under the cap with. His base salary was scheduled to be $16.5 million. He's played in just 10 games the last 2 seasons after injuries. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi, everybody. Oh, man. So much to say. And I think we're going to start with something. David, let's just view this like you have to go to the bathroom and you're driving down the highway and you know you're not going to make it to your destination, so it's best to pull off, go do what you got to do, and then get back in the car and get to business, shall we? So we're going to make a deposit of this dog bleep early in the show. So hopefully there's a bowl ready. And I'm going to read this to you. And then we're going to drop it right in Rico's lap. And I do want to say, with no smarm or sarcasm, in a completely sincere manner, this is one of the best polo shirts this man has ever worn. A tremendous color. It really plays off of your skin and your hair. It's just beautiful. You look tremendous today. So let's... No, there's no but. No, there's no but. It's an electric selection from the RL Beard collection.
Here's a chair.
Nope. Nothing. No rake, no chair. It's beautiful. I'm going to read this and then I'm dropping it right in Rico's lap because I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I hate this sport. So
See, you say you can't, but it pushes the boundaries, Mike.
No, it's called I have a job and I have to do it. It's like watching Javi Baez. I don't want to, but I have to. Jaden Rashada suing Florida's head coach Billy Napier and boosters over NIL deal. Oh, boy. So Rashada, who committed to Miami, then went to Florida, then went to Arizona State, and now is at Georgia. Mind you, he's a redshirt freshman. So we're 4 colleges you've signed the dotted line with here. Georgia quarterback Jaden Rashada suing Florida head football coach Billy Napier and Gators booster Hugh Hathcock and former football staffer Marcus Castro Walker, claiming they defrauded him of millions by backing out of an NIL deal that was valued at $13.85 million. Kill me. The collective never had the money, and yet they were making these promises to the kid, Rashada's attorney said. Rusty Harden, you dangle life-changing, generation-changing money in front of a 19-year-old kid who grew up without it, you can expect the young person to not be affected by it. The bargaining power is totally unequal here, close quote. All right, well, Rusty, you're a moron, because here's an idea. Life-changing money comes with life-changing responsibilities. Show me the contract. Or were you a moron being led around by morons? You got pimped and didn't have a contract. Well, I guess the court's going to debut it and figure it out. The lawsuit alleges that Napier, Hathcock, and others fraudulently induced Rashada, who was a high school prospect, to commit to Florida with no intention of following through on the promise. Fraudulent misrepresentation and inducement, aiding and abetting fraud, and civil conspiracy to commit fraud are among several claims. Rashada is the first known athlete to sue an active coach and booster regarding a dispute involving the NIL. Case has been filed at some, Pensacola District Court. I don't care. Rashada, the number 31 overall prospect in 23. Oddly enough, he may end up playing for 31 schools at the pace he's on. Sadly, unethical and illegal tactics like this more and more commonplace in the Wild West. Rashada backed off a $9.5 million offer from Miami. Mind you, if you are paying a high school athlete $9.5 million, you need your head examined. Just because you're rich don't make you bright. Hathcock, who owns a local car dealership, approached Rashada when he visited Florida in June of 22, said he'd get the quarterback whatever he needed, and mentioned a job for Rashada's father. Florida's offer allegedly included $13.85 million over 4 years, including $5.35 from Hathcock with a $500,000 signing bonus through the dealership. Oh, that seems above board, doesn't it? Rashada received a letter from the Gator Collective nearly a month later purporting to terminate the NIL deal. Termination of the contract could only be completed under provisions. Napier and Castro Walker, who served as the director of player engagement, said they would, quote, make good on the promised payment. According to the lawsuit, the group informed Rashada's NIL agents and Hathcock at the Gator Guard Collective would pay out $13.85. After receiving $150,000 to pay off money owed, Rashada didn't have an NIL contract to sign. He considered backing off the verbal pledge before signing day, but signed and intended to go to Florida after Napier promised $1 million payment to him and his father during a phone call. Rashada then withdrew his intent to play for Florida in January 23 after he didn't receive the additional payments. He ended up playing for Arizona State last year before playing for Georgia this year, and in April, Rashada informed Kirby Smart of the lawsuit and received his blessing. Here's Rico Beard. I'm going home.
What do you want me to say? You did a great job at breaking down the story.
This is your show.
You leaving?
I hate this sport, and what you've made it makes sense of any of this.
Mike, you can't make sense of any of it. Here's what happens. Everybody wants to get all the star players to their team, so you know what happens? A bidding war. Now, for this one, this was equally stupid on both sides. I don't feel sorry for either party, Florida or Jalen, because you walked away from a deal in Miami because you chased money. You said, oh, I can make an extra $5 million. I'm going to go to Florida instead. It goes back to what we said. There is no more loyalty when it comes to college sports. It's about who can give you the bigger paycheck. And for Florida, apparently somebody came to their senses how you're talking right now. What do you mean we're about to pay a high schooler $13 million? No, we're not. Go ahead and back out of that deal, except for Jalen thought he was going to get the money. Mike, this is something you can't make. I can't make any sense of this. You ask me, but you can't, because this is just where we are. Sadly, at one point, this will be the going rate. Right now, we're still making fun of this amount of money, but soon it's kind of like quarterback salary in the NFL. What's a big salary this year, 5 years from now, I'll be like, wow, you got that person cheap. This is the price of college sports, that if you want this person, there's bidding wars. There aren't any technical contracts because no one really knows. We talked about it. Nobody really knows where the money comes from. Now, you got to hope that with this NCAA settlement, that schools can just do what they should do and just set up a salary and pay the players. And you know where the money's coming from. You know what's guaranteed. If you have to put it in escrow, fine, you do that. But right now, this story, this was ridiculous. I was laughing the whole time I was reading it. Like, so let's just say you win your case against Florida. Can Miami then turn around and sue you because you breached the contract with them for $9.5 million? You walked away from that one. We're not talking about that. And then what's Georgia paying him? And to make it so bad, this kid's not that good.
Oh, no, don't get to the truth.
This kid's just not that good. They gloss over. Oh, he played 3 games at Arizona State, and then he got benched. He won his first game. Yeah, and then he was so awful that they were like, yeah, we got you for free, and we're still not going to pay you. So, yeah, the fact that he's suing them tells me everything I need to know, that he knows there's no NFL career. There's not even a UFL career for this kid.
David, tell him to land the plane, will you?
You dropped this on my lap, and now I got to land the plane?
Land the plane, yeah.
What do you want me to say, Mike?
The pilot's in the bathroom. Just land the plane.
What do you want me to say? It's taken away from your interest. It's taken away from everybody's interest. So my question is this.
There. Now he's taking the sticks.
Okay, you can't just
Flip
flip on this
autopilot
whole
off. Here we go.
diatribe and then expect me to sum it all up in 30 seconds.
Hey, Kenny, recline that seat forward. We are in our initial descent into Ricoville.
This is
Please.
going to be a long show.
No, it's going to be a great show today.
It's going to be a long
Ask
show.
the question because it's a really good question.
The question is this. Everything that's going on because this is the latest chapter in just the foolishness that is college sports. We all can admit that. It went from being these guys need to get paid to now it's I don't know who's on the team, the transfer portal, NIL. You got teams suing conferences, teams leaving conferences dying. In the fall, college football is going to start back up. Is there anything in the fall that will make you forget about all this foolishness? It could be as simple as tailgating with your good friends, the smell of the grass, hearing the band, the team running out the tunnel, and then all of a sudden you will forget about all of this dumb stuff that we keep talking about every day. Is college sports hit that breaking point that you just say, know what? I can't. For me, 1994 baseball strike broke me. I loved baseball. I only like baseball now. But before then, it was everything. And then the strike happened. I didn't like the sport
Were you a
as
big
much.
Larry Walker guy? Sad that the Expos got robbed?
I did.
Big Moisey Salou fan. You'll have to Google him, Kenny.
They just pulled the plug in the middle of the season. It was like, how dare you do this to me?
What about
I'm a
Delino
fan.
DeShields?
Or like the one and dones when all of a sudden the NBA just started drafting high schoolers. I'm like, this is ruining the game. You're turning the NBA into the G League before the G League was around. Is this happening with college sports?
See, he landed the plane beautifully. I don't know why he had hesitation. That was a tremendous landing. Flawless. 248-539-9797. You know where I'm at. F this sport. This whole thing's a clown show. I hate it. I don't even care. Seriously. When a guy like Rico in a deluxe polo needs to buy a program to know who's even playing for the defense at Michigan State, that tells you how effed up it is.
Right. So, all right, is it one of those, you know what? The fall is here. I love this sport too much. I'm back. I'm sorry. Or is it just, guys, you went too far. You went too far. I'll watch it, but I don't love it the way that I once did. 248-539-9797.
I'll walk a lonely road along the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. I will stand here and tell you they've gone too far. It is now just a welfare, government cheese, wick card version of the NFL, and I'm not into it. And this is just so disgusting and distasteful to me. I don't want to be a part of it. By the way, has CMU figured out if Connor Stallions was on their sideline?
Not yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Still
You get my point. The whole thing is just, I don't care.
Everybody
ridiculous.
as a fan, has a breaking point.
But have you been to the Sphere? 248-539-9797. David, where are you at with it? Do you want to wait? Do you want to tell us next?
Next.
Tremendous. Come on. Hey. Land the plane. Land the plane.
Minus the smarm was
Gate
a radio
76.
tease. That's a radio tease.
Thank you for flying with us today.
You can learn radio. You can learn TV, graphic design artist. You want to become a broadcast professional. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You need to visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You can be taught by instructors like yours truly, so I can teach you the art of the tease like Mike just gave you. And look, with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Sorry, was talking to Rico. Apologies. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Are you okay over there? Hey, it's a viewing experience built for you. One of the 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the massive screen, so you can watch all of these overpaid, spoiled brat college athletes pretend to play college football this fall. Stadium Swim.
Script.
Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David. It was kind of a radio tease, but it really was just more I was out of time. The biggest story in college football today is the stupidest story in sports today. I'm done with it. This whole thing is nonsense. And until there's legislation and until the schools pay and until there's structure, I have a hard time really caring. It's just something to bet on, but the passion for the sport, the actual fandom, it's next to zero for me. The every decision they've made over the past 4 years has been the wrong one. So, David, go ahead. Oh, by the way, State's probably playing a Friday night November game again. Can't wait. David, what do you got?
So I've prided myself as a sports fan to be able to compartmentalize a lot when it comes to sports.
Oh, wow. Way to pat your own back right there, huh?
So Ben Roethlisberger was a horrible human being. But I was able to, when he's on the field, just root for the jersey. Just root for him. Hopefully things go well and we keep winning. And I'm trying my best with college football to say, when fall gets here, once I hear that fight song or the sound of the college football, Joe's Klatt and Gus and all of this, and I can just get past it and watch it.
The music, the intro.
I don't think I can.
What intro? What channel? What song? They're all different.
They got all the different songs.
Better get your streaming ready. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
I just don't think I can do it this time. I just, in the back of my mind, once they hit the field, I'm say, who is that player? Who is that guy in number 3 again? It's just going to go right back to being confused because of the conference realignment. Oh, we're playing USC and that's a conference game? Oh, my.
Right.
I just
Stanford's
can't do it.
in the ACC.
That's why I saw a logo of their ACC spring media stuff. And I'm like, what am I seeing Cal on here for?
Nothing says Atlantic Coast Conference with teams from the Pacific Coast.
There's going to be an adjustment when all of a sudden you see the Oregon-UCLA game on the BTN.
Right. What? But the Jaden Rashada thing is just, it typifies where we're at. I can't root for these people. I can't even remotely. This isn't even about players getting their fair share. Happy to see players get paid. But this has just turned into a collection of pimps and hoes. That's all. This is prestige worldwide, boats and hoes. It's ridiculous. This whole thing is stupid. These players don't even know what their address is. And if you're not going to rep my squad, if you're not a member of my university, if you're not even going to be there for more than a semester, then I have no use for you.
See, Mike and Rico, it's one thing to watch professional sports and know when you get a player, they're getting an apartment. Because they're not staying here long.
That's right.
Now the college athlete is getting an apartment because I'm out of here in 6 months.
Well, but think about Jalen. He went from Miami to Florida, something that you probably don't do, trading, going from one Florida school to another Florida school.
Michigan to Michigan
right.
State? Yeah, that happened Friday.
I'm saying he's chasing the money. Yeah, for a lot of people, it's about, not to sound cliche, the name on the front of the jersey. The problem is, you don't know the players who are representing your university anymore. So that's what I'm saying. Is it something that can just bring you back and snap you back and say, you know what?
Yeah.
As angry as I was this summer and all this foolishness that happened, man, the second I met up with my boys and we started tailgating, or the second I walked into the stadium and you heard the band playing, all right, I'm back. I'm back. It may not, it's going to be different.
Talk to your people.
But I'm back. 248-539-9797.
David Ticket Text, what do people have to say?
The game has changed a lot. Like all of us, I love college football more than any sport, but now I will have to see what this season brings because all of the noise has been really, really loud this offseason. That is from Chris in Monroe.
You know what? And it's funny, Chris, and maybe that was a category I should have put, are you in a wait-and-see type of mode? Because you don't know what it's going to feel like. I just think that come that first Saturday whether you're going to the Big House or Spartan Stadium or to Mount Pleasant or wherever, you'll say, you know what? Okay, this is still a game that I love.
Here's what, okay, now I don't have experience with this, but this is what I imagine it feels like. Okay, my relationship to college football is the dude who's only in it for the kids. You don't even like your wife anymore, but it's just cheaper to keep her, and you're there until the kids graduate high school. So you exist in this misery, and you just live. Wow. I just, I hear college football. Why? I do a betting podcast. There you go. I'm in it for the kids being the bets. That's it. I'm just here, and I don't know, I'm existing. And some weeks are better than others. And there are some moments of joy. But generally speaking, the marriage we had and the family we had, it's dead. It's gone.
Sometimes it's, she does look. Nope, she doesn't. Nope, can't do it.
Nope. Hit her guts. That's where I'm at with college football.
Oh, my God.
There's nothing about it I like. Nothing.
So nothing about the newness. You can be like, you know what? At first, I didn't think I would like this, but I kind of dig this now.
Yeah. Hey, here's your newness. David?
It's going to be a long day.
They say.
College football used to be my go-to. Now I can't run away fast enough. That's from Mark, an MSU fan, I think he says.
College football always felt different. Because for me, it didn't have to involve Michigan State, the Big Ten. It could just be the matchup of the week. It could be the rivalries in other parts of America, some of which I've been lucky enough to go to those games. Like, that's all dead. It's gone.
Yeah.
All of that's gone. Conferences make no sense.
Right, the people you could still talk was like Pat White and Steve Slayton at West Virginia?
Oh, man. Can we cue up the Tavon Austin YouTube highlight video? Do you even know who Tavon Austin is, Kenny?
No.
We're doing it right now live. Once every couple months this happens, people. The last time we did this with Kenny, it was Michael Vick versus Boston College highlight where 4 people died. The time before that, he had never seen Randy Moss hop over 3 Army cadets on an 80-yard touchdown without breaking stride. Today I give you, just type in Tavon Austin highlights. He, not Reggie Bush, he was the most untackleable player in history. One problem, he was like 5'6". But those West Virginia teams with Rich Rod, Tavon Austin, lightning. Great shout out by you. Too bad that conference is dead.
No, they're in the Big 12.
Oh, I remember him. He played for the Bills, didn't he?
For like 5 minutes. The Rams took him number 8 overall. Yeah. But you got to watch that highlight reel.
That's what we're doing. We're loading
It'll be the highlight of your day. Go ahead. Let me go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic. The Prestige Worldwide comment. Mike, what's done is done. Are you an investor or not? One more side thing, and then I'll get to my point. I see your Tavon Austin and your Rich Rod, West Virginia. I raise you the YouTube video of Devin Hester, Ted Ginn, and Reggie Bush.
Yes.
Punt return highlights. The Devin Hester full 360 punt return against Duke. Life-changing.
Hey, how about Devin Hester missed field goal against the Giants?
Oh, just magical. I'm sorry. Too soon. But with your point, with your point, it's hard. I see what you're saying. The stuff with Jaden Rashada and, 4 schools, he's not even a sophomore yet. He's not even all that good. Some of the other things that have gone on with deals and the ludicrous paying of players coming out of high school, I get it. But I think some people in this area, I think especially if you root for Michigan, there's a little bit of disconnect. I feel we're a couple of years behind where everyone else was because there has been a lot of continuity in our roster. And I feel like, for better or for worse, whatever you thought about Michigan last year,
sure,
you couldn't disagree that the team seemed like they were playing for each other. They were playing for the school. But they're vulnerable this year where there's a coaching change, and maybe some of those things catch up to Michigan where they haven't experienced that yet. But, all I know is they played great the last few years. Texas is coming to the big house this year. They played the brand of football that I grew up watching in the 90s. So I'm not quite there yet. I'm going to enjoy going to Ann Arbor in the fall. But if this type of stuff starts happening at Michigan, I can see me following suit with where you're at. But love the show, guys. I'll hang up and listen.
No, and Brian, I'll tell you what, you nailed it with one thing. It doesn't matter what any of us think about U of M or not. They were arguably the last great traditional college team. Players who cared about each other, players who understood the mission, took the responsibility, players who sacrificed for each other, stayed.
Even learned how to block out the noise and stayed focused. I don't think you're going to see that anymore.
By the way,
God.
Yeah, I know, Tava. And by the way,
Jesus Christ, this guy is so fast.
TJ, yes, I know. TJ has just texted me. I may have made a mistake. He may have not have played for Rich Rod. TJ called me a big F idiot. So thank you, TJ. Now, why don't you go back to having 18 pouches of tobacco? All right. So we're going to continue along. We'll get a football today in the mix. Kenny, really savor the Tavon Austin highlights. And, enjoy your sport, Rico. I'm out. 97.1. Listen, Northville Lumber. People, it's very simple. We've talked about them for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex. They can get it done because they have the product. They can sell it to you cheaper than anybody. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot because it's all in stock in their warehouse, mile down the road, and they deal in volume. So deck season is here. Lord knows we all wish we were outside right now. Plan it, build it, buy it. Northville Lumber, best in the game. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll knock down a few calls. We do have a football today. Top of the hour. I got to get with Kenny on something, Rico. I mean, first of all, man, hockey's in a bad way. We'll explain, but also I do want to know if a certain thing that's happening right now is busting Kenny's chops. We also want to go to the cookie factory. I really enjoyed Costa's topic this morning. I think it's interesting. I think it forces you into a decision, neither of which will happen because I think we have some very small-timey franchises here. But it's going to be a pain quotient, and I'm going to force you to do one of these. You got to trade one of these people.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll just talk. A little
player A, player B.
Right. Except I'm going to give you the name. David, give me a few ticket texts, and I'll get to the callers.
I feel like the NCAA is intentionally staying out of NIL and transfer portal and watching everyone until everyone goes, please come back and make things right.
Nope, because here's the problem. The Big Ten and the SEC are already in meetings to break away from the NCAA. So maybe that's how it started. And I think Rico was right about this 4 years ago. But now, the NCAA overplayed their hands. Mm-hmm. They had pocket tens, and the SEC and the Big Ten are going, great, we got kings. Mm-hmm. You're in real duty now. So, yeah, I did. None of it mattered. David, the whole thing's a farce.
Yeah, with the settlement that's happening.
Can you elaborate for people who don't do the geeky reading you do?
Okay, so what happened is basically the NCAA was threatening to get sued. They came up with a settlement, and the settlement is basically, I think, like a little under $3 billion that they're going to divvy out to the different schools, and they're going to get an annual payment, similar to what you see in the TV contracts. Now, the Power 4 schools are going to get a large share of the payment. The Group of 5 schools are not. They're upset. They want more, and the big schools are like, yeah, just take whatever we give you. But that's the settlement so that the NCAA can stop being sued by every player out there.
Scott in Tecumseh says, college football landscape is very similar to the NBA to me. The governing body has given the players all the leverage and power. This is just the beginning in college sports.
Or the end, depending on your perspective. It's the end for me. Because basically what they could do right now, and we could save ourselves a lot of time, just get to the end. It's like a movie that's too long. Like you know who the killer is, but they still make you sit there for 40 more minutes. Look, just create a 32-team Super League, make it the NFL, have 6 divisions, be done with it.
Maybe
because reality is you've killed the sport. All right, you've killed the sport I love. The things that I miss about college football that have been taken away the last 4 years are innumerable. So why don't we just get to the end? Like, you going to make a baby or not? Like, I don't know what this is. This half-pregnant routine that they're doing. Get to the end. We all know what the end looks like. 2 super conferences, NFL style, 18 streaming platforms, and I don't care. So just get to the end.
So you like it for the NFL, but not for college?
Yes, because the NFL, David said it best. Those are grown-ass men who paid their dues, and we know what they are. They are mercenaries. It has nothing to do with education. It has nothing to do with colleges. It is professional. It is mercenary work.
Right. But, I mean, the fact that once
and free agency, by the way, is earned. You don't just get to get, Jahmyr Gibbs. Here, Sam Laporta had the best rookie season of a tight end ever. Maybe since Mike Ditka 70 years ago. Sam Laporta doesn't get to leave. Sit there. Make your money. Earn free agency. Oh, I've been here for 3 months. I don't like my Vespa. Why?
It's the freedom of movement. You can't tell these kids what to do.
I don't have to care.
I'm joking.
I'm out.
Mike.
But it's so funny because you can tell them what to do if they make it to the next level. So why in the world do we not have the rules in college
yet? The kids aren't old enough to drink. I can't tell them what to do. Man, go to hell.
When this initially happened, the NCAA could have stepped in and said, you know what, here's some rules. Instead, they fought it all the way to the Supreme Court. And I do believe they wanted it to crash and burn so that we would run back to them and say, please help us, please fix this.
And then your people at the network stepped in and saved them.
No, the network
saved the sport. Oh. The NCAA never planned on the networks taking it over as the governing body.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mo, 97.1. What's up, Mo? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mo. Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico.
Hey.
I am literally broken as a college football fan. Grew up watching the Spartans play and literally watching these kids fight tooth and nail, and go all out for each other as a team. there is no team anymore. All it is 40% turnover rate on each roster, right? Yep. So how can you even get any kind of camaraderie going on? The locker rooms have to be absolutely awful. I mean, you get your handful of schools that are going to win each year because they are going to get them kids, and those schools are going to pay. But it's so hard
kind
for
of
me
funny
to watch this.
It's funny because you bring it up. Like, honestly, even the players walking into the locker room probably got to look at the nameplate to say, "Hey, Mike."
Right.
And you are
like,
David.
You used to get 2 or 3 people. You get 2 or 3 years to get to know your teammates, and it's just I hate where it's going with Mike on this. I mean, it's just college football as we know it is dead.
Oh, and here's the other thing. And Mo, I appreciate it. Here's the other thing. I don't know how anybody's bothering to buy season tickets. The truth of the matter is you don't even know when your games are. Everything's TBD. And now you don't know what day they're on. I mean, think about a game that you buy that is then in post-haste taken from you, moved to a night that you can't attend it, and the school's like, thanks for your business.
Didn't they refund the money back last year? I believe State did.
Don't care. Wouldn't know. Wouldn't give them a dime. Now in November.
I know you're not, but I'm saying last
I don't know
year
why anybody
for that
is.
game at the Penn State game, season ticket holders, I think, got their money back, and they got the first choice of tickets down at Ford Field.
What a blessing. 38-0. David, a couple ticket texts, and we will move on.
I got nothing to do with what happened last year.
Oh, I know.
I'm just simply saying that.
I
you
understand.
need anger management.
Not at all. I have not even. Well, I've raised my voice a couple times, but I'm fine.
Are you really about to say I haven't raised my voice?
Mistakes are made. But I think, look, David's point resonates with me. This Jaden Rashada thing, these storylines, all of this. I accept the NFL because I feel like they are grown. They are the top 0.1% of college athletes who then were drafted into the pros. They serve their time, so to speak, earning free agency, earning the right to do what they want to do as grown men, not kids, not a guy who was at prom last week or a guy who didn't play at his prior school. Now, look, if Caleb Williams wanted $10 million because he was the predestined number 1 pick in the NFL draft, I can actually work my way around that.
I'll say this, and I hate to give you this amount of credit because you just been on a roll.
Say it in my good ear for me, will you?
I'll tell you guys back behind the glass. You put it succinctly because, in the college football world, Sam Laporta would have hit the portal, or he would at least tested it out. Now, he may have come back to the Lions, but he would have entered into the portal, and you would have been seeing reports that, hey, I'm visiting Green Bay on my way to Chicago. I'm in Dallas right now. And then in the end, you got to hope that you can bring him back. Jared Goff, Amon-Ra. You know what? Does he want to go back home out to L.A.? So, yeah, you put it very succinctly, Mike, the difference between college and the pros. I'll have to remember. No,
and it's okay. It's okay if it doesn't affect others. I'm saying I enjoyed that separation of church and state, that the NFL was the level that you aspired to that wealth and you aspired to those rights.
Well, here's the thing. Even this year, if all of a sudden this is Aiden Childs lights it up and decides 3 games in, I don't want to be here, I'm going to enter the portal, what are you going to do? He can leave in the middle of the season and say, I'm going to preserve this year and I'm going to wait and go play in the SEC next year. It can. I'm not saying he will, but that's a possibility. See me week 5 and I'll know who the roster is.
And that's a crazy statement, but it's true. All right, listen, very simple. Hungry Howie's summer plan, the mix and match menu, it is expanded to be almost the entire menu. $6.99, mix and match, anything you want. Get dinner on the table in 20 minutes. You're busier than ever. I mean, David was up in Ticonderoga at a youth volleyball tournament this weekend. You need to get dinner on the table. None of David's kids even play volleyball. I'm out of my mind today. Go to Hungry Howie's, whether it's a medium 1-topping pizza, salad, subs, breads, you name it, they got you covered. And look, 8 flavored crusts, limitless possibilities. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off that mix and match menu tonight, only at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's get a little music, little football today. Evan in everyone's got a fashion polo on today, huh? 90 degrees. Rico brings out the vacation wear. Evan looks like he's on the golf course. What a day. David, music, please. By the way, how old does a T-shirt have to be for it to say Pine Knob on it, Kenny? Do you have some explaining to do?
You know it's actually called Pine Knob again?
We're back to
We're
Pine
back
Knob?
to Pine Knob.
Yeah.
So that's new?
Yes.
Okay, no grief. Carry on. I thought you were wearing a T-shirt that was 15 years old.
I think it was a retro T-shirt, but all of a sudden, it's Pine
relevant
Knob.
again. Well, speaking of being relevant again, or maybe he's trying to be, let's talk about Jim Harbaugh. Some different things going on in their OTA practices where they removed music. Since you talk about Pine Knob, there is no more music being played during their practice, and he emphasized conditioning during the OTA. So they're doing a long stretch at the end of medicine ball exercises.
And what's your question?
My question is this experiment going to fail?
Probably.
You know what?
I mean, get rid of music. That's what the players want.
David, I call it the Bill Belichick. If you win, especially if you win Super Bowls, you could do whatever you want, and the players will not question you. You lose, and that's going to be one of the first things. Like, if you just let us play music, maybe we'll be more relaxed. So it's a weird hill to die on. But, yeah, if they come out and they're winning and they're 7-0, then he'll look like a genius, and that'll be standard practice for the Chargers.
You know, I think the other thing is, look, he's going to need to thread a needle. He needs the time in order to get enough weirdos around him, a.k.a. his type of player. Let's be real about it. The Wolverines, you got to be a weird kid to go play for this cat. Straight up. He's not for everybody. So you got to want that weirdo thing. He's going to have to get a number of his type of guy around and, to Rico's point, win. If he does that, he's got a shot. But, David, my fear is what worked for him was 15 years ago, 12 years ago. It is so different now than even what it was then. I'm fascinated to see it. I get why the Chargers did it, but, man, this dude's weird.
Yeah, because
it's just so weird.
They have Justin Herbert. We know what their offense looks like with him throwing the ball. But even in the writing, the beat writers were shocked that they threw the ball so much in OTAs because of what his offense is, which is running the ball. So we'll see.
Yeah, but I think you don't really show much in the OTAs. Plus,
Agreed.
You realize I do have Justin Herbert here, and I'm going to have to pass the ball some. I have to keep him happy because he is a professional. You can't threaten to pull his scholarship. He makes more than you do, Jim. So you kind of have to kowtow to him.
So speaking of OTAs, let's talk about, I love these stories that come out during the OTAs of Tua. There's one on Tua and there's one on Lamar Jackson, both saying they lost 10 to 15 pounds from last year. They're trying to be lighter so they can move in the pocket more. My question to you is, who needs it more this season?
Well, Tua
or Lamar?
Tua, because he's got to get paid. Lamar already got his cheddar. Tua needs that contract. Why is this microphone always getting turned off? What is going on?
There's something in this studio, man, has me coughing all the time.
Oh, my God. All right, carry on.
You
Go
want
ahead.
to cough on the air?
I don't know. Maybe. We can
No,
make
you
a
don't.
song out of it.
No, you
Go
don't.
ahead.
I would say Lamar for validation because you've won MVPs, but you still haven't gotten that big trophy yet. You still haven't, gone to the Super Bowl and won. Tua, yeah, he's going to make some money. I think Tua's going to get paid regardless. I think Lamar, because you need to validate that you could actually play in the postseason and it's not just a regular season type of quarterback.
Yeah, speaking of getting paid, there's a report here that Trevor Lawrence, they're engaged in talks. It's expected to be around the $50 million range, but things have changed since the Goff contract, the report says.
Yeah.
So he's going to get paid more than Goff.
Well, we all knew that. That's why everybody was like, oh, my God, he's the number one top quarterback. Guys, just wait. It's like a bus. Just wait. There'll be another one.
And the reality is, if a team was starting a franchise tomorrow and they had their choice of Goff or Lawrence, they would take Lawrence.
That was going to be my question.
I mean, Goff is more valuable to you based on his unbelievable relationship with Ben Johnson, how he runs your system, and how he responds to your players. Right. But if all things are equal and the Jags had a choice of who their quarterback would be, it would be Trevor Lawrence. So naturally, they're going to pay him. I mean, has Trevor Lawrence been underwhelming in 2 of his 3 years? Yes. I do think one of those needs to be erased. It was the Urban Meyer experiment. But my point is, David, yes, he'll get more than Jared Goff. If I repped him, it's the same deal. I want $55 a year.
Now, this next story, I never understand this stuff. I probably should have had Evan in here for this. But Tom Brady's used Buccaneers pants from his final NFL game will be auctioned off and is believed to get a record $1.4
get Evan.
million.
Kenny, go get Evan.
Dollars.
Go get Evan because he's the this is not Ken Collects, but I'll allow him into
like
this.
His jersey was also auctioned off and sold at a record.
How about his old teeth?
No, because okay.
I mean, these new
Here's what
ones are
happens.
something.
Here's what happens: you buy it, it becomes the greatest conversation in your starter in your man cave, saying, you see those pants up there that have framed Tom Brady's last game, those are his. He actually wore them, and then all your friends go, ooh, wow, really? It's an expensive price to pay for that?
What about the karate outfit of the dude who stole your wife? Wow. Evan, what do we do with the
Man,
pants?
you're just putting people in body bags.
Why would people buy this type of memorabilia? Tom Brady's last game pants.
I'm going to guess that guy also has the last game jersey and is looking to match it.
Or the football.
But how popular is this? We hear these stories a couple times a year. Are people really out here still doing the memorabilia thing?
Oh, it's bigger now than ever. I have David Price's Detroit Tigers pants. If you want me to bring them in, you can try them on, see what's up.
But Mike,
what?
I do. I've bought David Price's Detroit Tigers.
Why?
Road pants. They were David Price's. I don't know.
Right, and that's just you own a piece of
got
history.
hooked in.
And if you have enough money, then yeah, you could afford to have something that nobody else has.
And what's sick about this is the person that will buy it, they'll go put it away somewhere and you'll never see it.
They'll never display it.
Right. If all of a sudden I was like, Evan, here's the thing. This is Michael Jordan's ball. He made the final 2 points ever. And I'm going to auction this off. Evan would try to mortgage his house in order to get that ball.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
What's the best piece of memorabilia you own?
I debate this with myself quite often. I have a lineup card from 2012, Miggy's Triple Crown year, signed by pretty much the whole team. It's not from the game, but it's from a game of the 162.
That's great.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Is it framed?
It's framed.
Beautiful.
It is framed.
All right, see, that makes sense at least. I don't get, hey, I want to buy another dude's pants. What?
I also own pants. I have Miguel Cabrera game-used batting glove. So I'm like Michael Jackson. I only got one.
Oh, my God. All right,
I
get
couldn't
out.
afford two.
Get out.
I got an
I love you, but get out. I'm losing respect for you by the syllable.
I own one of Justin Upton's cleats. Couldn't afford two, but I got one.
Why? Justin Upton?
It was an elite hitter at one time.
When?
Like high school.
Get out.
I was about to say, I got an Ali signed boxing glove. So
okay.
But not two, right?
I didn't need to.
See?
And that is in football.
I'm sorry to everybody. I was fascinated by this. All right, Home Run Tuesdays. They're back. It's very simple. FanDuel, let's say tonight, pick a Tiger. I don't know. Whatever hunch you got. Maybe you think Wenzel Perez is going to go deep. Fine. You bet it. And then what FanDuel does for you, you're locked in for the game where every home run, regardless of who hits it in that game, you're going to get $5 in bonus bets. So it's a fun way to play because let's face it, baseball's a pain in the ass to bet. You need a huge bankroll. It's not easy, and you got to take a lot of bad teams. So in light of that, you just want to have some fun? Home Run Tuesdays. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are getting set for Game 2 of 3 of their series with the Royals. Casey Mize, the starting pitcher for the Tigers. He'll face Alec Marsh, who has a 2.43 ERA through 7 starts. He had a brief stint on the IL, but has come back throwing harder and has gotten a good amount of swing and miss on his fastball as well. Hear the game right here on 97.1. The Ticket pregame begins at 7:15 with Dan Dickerson on the call. That was Clark yesterday. She ended up returning for Indiana later in the game. Today, she inked a large endorsement deal with sporting goods company Wilson that will feature a signature basketball collection. She joins Michael Jordan as the only 2 basketball players to reveal a signature basketball collection with the company. The deal is for multiple years. According to Adam Schefter, Bengals wideout T. Higgins has yet to sign his franchise tender. Does not plan to either by next week. If he doesn't, he'll be ineligible to report to Cincy for OTAs. The NHL Conference Finals are set, and the Stanley Cup chase continues tomorrow as the Panthers play the Rangers while the Oilers face the Stars on Thursday. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you. If you want to hear the absurdity, the biggest story in college football today, we open the show with it. Odyssey.com rewind. We can go one of 2 ways. And I think I'm going to let Rico pick. When a man wears a fashion polo of this level, you are driving the plane today.
I'm just trying to keep up with you.
I know. Listen, we can go with the Cookie Factory, which I thought Jim had a very nice topic this morning, and I wanted to build off of it. Or what I think is emotionally damaging happenings in sports for Kenny Cott. You pick.
You know what? Kenny's been nice to me today. Let's go with the Cookie Factory.
Okay. So cookies this morning outside of John Jansen dying on a very weird hill about seatbelts on airplanes.
Didn't get that.
Very weird. But outside of that, they did manage to get to Tiger baseball at a certain point, and they had a topic. 2 teams whose rebuild, and make no mistake, they're rebuilding, need to be recharged. So Cookies, in essence, built off something we did, which I loved. It was great, and I'm going to do the same. I thought it was a very good conversation by the morning show. On Odyssey.com rewind if you want to go listen to it. But it was all about if I force you to make a bold move this summer and you're forced into trading one of Cade Cunningham or Tarek Skubal. Now, for those of you who tune in and go, well, wait, why the hell would I trade Skubal? He's great. He's awesome. Okay. The background on it is this. The Tigers, as they currently sit, are 7.5 games out of first. If I have to hear another person say, but they're 1 out of the wild card, you're not making the wild card. Just stop. Okay? Just stop. Shut up. Shut up button. So here's my point. Skubal's a Cy Young candidate. And the 2 pathways with a guy that's got 2 more arbitration-eligible years and is rep by Scott Boras, you either sign him right now or you trade him at the zenith of his value. It's just very simple to me. We don't have the positional prospects necessary to win 100 games, to win a World Series. And I'd like to put Scott Harris into the limelight and have to actually do something. Last trade deadline was a disaster. Erod played him. This offseason, it was a disaster. I mean, even something Scott Harris has been able to skate or skirt criticism on, you gave Maeda a 2-year deal and Flaherty won. You signed the wrong guy. Now you're probably trading Flaherty this summer, or you might have to pay him. The point I'm making is you could justify trading Skubal, who would be the number 1 valued pitcher on the market, left-handed, team control, and you could go to a team like the Orioles or the Yankees and rob their farm system blind of elite positional prospects and or an everyday player and immediately supercharge your lineup. That's the theory. You don't have to agree with it, but it's okay to talk about it. The other theory would be, if you want me to believe Chris and Scott Harris are serious people about it, just pay the guy. You don't want to trade him? Pay him. The other day, I outlined every deal that Scott Boras has done that has waived service time, either multi-years of arbitration or term, and Scott Boras has signed and kept his client in that current city. So that's why his name's being mentioned. So that's the Skubal portion. The other one is Cade Cunningham. Look, it's a rebuild of a rebuild. You're a month out from the draft. You're going to be bringing in a new president of basketball operations. I still would fully expect you will have a new general manager. You might have a new head coach, quite honestly. And it's going nowhere. Asur Thompson, great, didn't make either all-rookie team. Jalen Duren, Ivy, the pieces don't fit. Now, you can either trade Ivy and Duren and pair somebody up with Cade. Oh, we got cap space. Who wants it? Shut up button. Or you trade Cade, give Ivy the keys, and we start it over again. It's not about what we want. It's about what do you think you need to do. So I think the Pistons are in need of a bold move. Mm-hmm. You know I believe the Tigers are. So here's my point. I need you to just step to the plate, point to the outfield, and call your shot. You got to trade one. Who is it? Great job by Cookies this morning. I wanted to run this and bring it to the afternoon. I like the topic.
No, I do too. And for me, I'm going with Skubal because I think you'll get more back for Skubal. I think you'll get players. You can get at least 3-4 players that you can have out in the field every day. If you trade Cade, I don't know if you're going to get that same type of return back. You may get, first round picks and maybe another player, but is that player going to be of a star caliber? I don't think so. Whereas I think with Skubal, you really can hit a reset button with this organization and bring in guys that you don't have. You could bring in, like you said, if you go to the Orioles, you could bring in, 3 everyday players that you're hoping your young guys could be, but they're not there yet.
Let me make the argument for the Cade angle just for the sake of radio. I don't think you're wrong, but what if the comp is what the Pacers did? I mean, is Donatas Sabonis really all that different than Cade Cunningham? They're not superstars, but they're really good players, right? By getting Halliburton, what did it unlock? It unlocked a different style of play. It increased the pace. He fit with these other people, and obviously they had to find an Aaron Nesmith, who was a failed prospect with the Celtics. Miles Turner raising his level. I'm making a point to you. You're bringing in a president who's got to be able to see the battlefield here. Now, Rico, you might be right. But if you don't trade Cade, you have to trade Duren or you have to trade Asur. You need shooters.
You pretty much have to trade everybody else, and you keep Cade.
So I'd rather just trade Cade and build off of the rest of the youth because this thing is starting all over.
See, I like the question, and I think the caveat you have to put in there is Troy Weaver. I don't feel comfortable with him.
Can we just assume
deal.
he's not here?
Okay, if you give me that assumption.
I am giving you that assumption that he will no longer be gainfully employed.
I still think you will get more of a haul with Skubal than you will with Cade.
Okay.
Now here's I'm sounding like Stoney now, but with Cade, you only need, for basketball, you only need really 1 or 2 good players to change your team.
Mm-hmm. Listen,
good question.
Think about it. We can talk about it. 248-539-9797. Kenny, I see you are poised to speak.
I think with this division that the Tigers play in, the situation that they're in, yes, they're 1 game out of a wild card spot. That won't last.
Shut up, button.
That won't last. But if you add bats, everyday bats, or close to everyday bats, hats for bats. If you do that,
Pedro Serrano.
Absolutely. If you do that, you might just accidentally launch yourself into a playoff spot, and your pitching is good enough to hold up.
Like, think about this, Kenny. If I called the Orioles and I said, look, I want Colton Cowser as a centerpiece, and I need Connor Norby and McDermott. And Norby can play all over the infield, second, third, the whole bit, right? Kenny has a point here, Rico. You're talking about 2 everyday guys. Or maybe you go and you hold a hard line. Maybe you call them up and you say straight up Jackson Holiday.
I don't think they would do that.
I don't care.
But if you hold that ransom, if you say, hey, this is my asking price, I'm going to give you a guy who's going to give you all these innings.
And they don't have to do it.
No,
because
they
the best part is you're not going to do it? Great, I'm calling the Yankees.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want him in your division? That's what you want?
And I call the Yankees and I go, I want Jason Dominguez and I want Spencer Jones.
Everyday or close to everyday bats.
And if I have to hear another person call up and tell me I'm blocking Matt Vierling or I'm blocking Kerry Carpenter's a platoon player. Colt Keith right now is a platoon player.
That to me is my shut up button, is when people say, oh, you're blocking. Who do we care about that we're blocking right now?
Well, and again, Scott Harris's plan, there's no room for at-bats for veterans. We want to develop the young guys. The only guy developing right now is the unintended oopsie that is Wensil Perez. And the best thing they could do is teach Wensil to play shortstop again instead of the outfield and then send Javi Baez to shut up Island.
But he had a great weekend.
I don't care. But no, for me, I could see a pathway that for the Tigers, look, you trade Skubal, you sign Flaherty, you call up Job, you have depth in the system, and I could see the Tigers, it could be a springboard to immediate competition. Your problem with the Cade angle, look, man, trading Cade is less painful because there is an element of hopelessness.
Right there.
That's the problem.
With the Skubal trade, you feel like this team, as Kenny just said, in this division, you can make a difference in a year. Maybe this trade can send you to where the Royals are, where they were awful last year, and look at them now.
Did you hear the stat?
Thing,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, no.
So sincerely, that's my bad.
No. But with the Cade thing, you're right. It's like even if you make the trade, it's still going to take probably 2 or 3 more seasons before you're looking like the Pacers.
Did you hear the stat last night? How the Royals broke their franchise record by spending $105 million in free agency this past season?
Yeah.
And again, their lineup was primarily set, but they needed pitching. See, it's a faulty argument to go, well, they spent it on pitching. No. They addressed their needs in free agency, and now they're off to a really interesting start here where they're contending with the Guardians. You needed hitting. You did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's okay to have that conversation, and Cookies did that this morning as well. I could make a case to you that if you want to hang on to Skubal, that's fine, but you have to pay him. I don't think you're going to be able to play a game of stare down with Scott Boras. No. So my point would be, if I trade Cade, while there is more work to do and time, I do like the element that basketball, if I get the right mix, man, can it take off quick. We talked yesterday, Rico. The Cavs, the Magic, the Pacers, the Knicks, these are all teams that were in the bottom of the East with you. 19, 20, 21 wins. You get the right guy like Jalen Brunson, and you put these right misfits around him.
Right.
I think we've been mired in idiocy for so long on the basketball side, we've lost sight of what the job actually is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, at least the Tigers, I give Scott Harris credit. He can assemble a pen. They've done a great job with their staff, the analytics, Chris Fetter, of bringing in arms that can work.
Here's the other I want to put this delicate.
Yeah, let me hear this.
I want to get rid of Skubal for the reason because he's a pitcher and it's just a countdown clock. And I'll just leave it at that.
That's fair. You're not wrong.
But to be fair, Cade also has a history of injuries here, and you'll have to pay him $270. 5 years, $270, whatever it is.
He's extension eligible this summer.
Yes.
That's part of my issue. See, I look at a guy like Cade, it's clear he's not a superstar. But if I put Cade next to a guy like Wemby, where they need someone to be a pick and roll partner for Wembanyama, they have 2 top 10 picks this year, they have a gaggle of first round selections, and they have some young players worth a bleep. I call the Spurs and I go, listen, it's young player of my choice plus 3 first round picks, Cade Cunningham. Now, if you're the Spurs, you're going to have a different viewpoint of Cade. Why? Young, fits the timeline. Him and Wemby can play a decade together, and him and Wemby in the pick and roll, I really don't know how you guard that, to be quite honest with you. So it's just you have to remember that our viewpoint of Cade might not be accurate either because we don't have anybody around him.
True.
So I think it's an interesting question. I wanted to talk through it with people and see where they were at. was a great job by Cookies this morning. 248-539-9797.
Can't really go wrong.
No, I mean, both are doable.
Yeah.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination, and the number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Memorial Day sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we'll get to the people in a moment. David, what do the ticket techs have to say? And like I said, it's just I enjoyed the topic this morning. I wanted to run it by you guys in the afternoon. You got to trade one, Scooble or Cade. Who is it?
They aren't trying to win, so trade Skubal now and get a haul. Don't wait till it's Michael Fulmer all over again. Someone else says, Cade easy. I'm keeping Skubal for now, and unless there's an unreal package out there. Problem is, I'm skeptical on trading for prospect bats.
Well, look, here's the deal. At a certain point, you got to trust your GM. And if you don't trust your GM, he shouldn't be your GM. So all of this credibility we want to give to Scott Harris, okay, well, here it is. If you want to keep Skubal, you know what I would do? I'd offer 8 at 240 right now. Because if you wait, it's going to be 8 at 400. That's just reality of where the sport is headed and where a left-handed, in his prime, Cy Young caliber pitcher of what Scott Boras will ask for. Now, if you don't want to sign him, you have to move him because you have so many arms and so few bats. And if we're being real about this, look, we all hope this team can get hot and do a little something this summer. But reality, here's a list of players that are neither young nor essential nor developing. All right? Anyone who plays catcher for you, Javi Baez, Vierling. Like, you want me to keep going? I mean, it's Torkelson, I don't know, guys. I'm worried, but he's going to play the rest of the year, and we'll figure it out. But who exactly is developing right now? It's Wenzel Perez. Cole Keith is a platoon guy right now. Kerry Carpenter's being platooned. So you have to begin looking at this going, all right, this isn't going how I had planned. This could juice the rebuild to where they could get good in a hurry.
And it buys you time that, you know what, you can bring in some players now, and the guys that you want, the Colt Keiths of the world, they can have some time and some runway to get better so that now you have depth. Now your team gets stronger in 2-3 years because these guys, you know, you didn't throw them out to the wolves. They actually took some time to get better. That's why I look at that. Plus, like I said, I wish no ill will, but man, pitchers, they got a clock, man.
Didn't OKC blow up everything? Look where they are now. Trade Cade. That is from Paul. Someone says, I'd rather trade Skubal. Skubal clearly has much more value than Cade and can get you more. Not only that, but there's proof the Tigers can replace Skubal as a pitcher. Someone else says, trade Cade. He's always injured, doesn't want to be here, and has never made anyone better around him. Waste of a draft pick.
Well, here's what you're about to pay him. You're going to offer him 5 at 270. That's the going rate. That's what he's going to get. Now, you have to decide as a 14-win team that might be about to tear it all down again. Do you really want to pay somebody 5 at 270?
Yeah. And the problem also, you almost have to throw this year away because I don't know what this team was. I don't know what Monty was trying to do, and I don't know if you had the pieces. Like, all the pieces may be there, and maybe they just spent too much money on the wrong person, bringing in Monty Williams. And so another coach comes in, and you're like, oh, wow, we were really that good. We were really that close. Monty's offense doesn't fit what this team is. It was a big mistake from the beginning. But, yeah, if I had to choose between one, it would be Skubal. Now, taking the fact that Troy Weaver won't be making anything, I'm okay if you make the trade argument. Because I just didn't want Troy to have any. No. But, yeah, to me, I think the Tigers, being in this division, being that you have other pitchers, being that you really just need some bats, yeah, you could instantly turn this thing around. Whereas if the Pistons make this deal, it's still going to be a few more years putting all the pieces together.
Sam in Grand Rapids says, for me, it's Cade. Not only do I care less about the Pistons, but I expect the Tigers to start spending and would love it to be on players like Skubal and bats. Cade is half a year away from demanding a trade.
And again, that's why this question is interesting, because I do think there is a financial angle to it for both players. And I do think you're gambling a little bit. I mean, do you really look? I don't want to upset the Chris defenders. I don't want to do that. But if you're not spending now and you're not going for it now, then when? And if you are going to go for it, the first thing you're going to do is pay Tarik Skubal. Now, if you have hesitations, you're making my point for me. He's going to be a $40 million a year arm. He's fabulous. But I'm 7.5 games out of first with him. So my point is, do you believe in Chris Fetter? Do you believe in the analytics? Do you believe in what you've really... Scott Harris done a really nice job finding some arms. Michael Lorenzen last year. I think it's safe to say Jack Flaherty this year, right?
I forgot about Lorenzen, yeah.
Right. So, look, man, I don't view it as crazy. The Cade thing, I think it's the easier move. The easier move because we feel like it's the Flint Tropics.
Yeah, and I guess I would need to know who are you getting back in return? Like, is it just for picks? Or are you going to actually get a real player along with picks? Or
no, there
is
has
it just
to be
a one-for-one type of thing?
No, there has to be a player. I mean, Rico, here's the other thing. That you can absorb money because your cap situation is good. But I just think if you're starting it over, and we know we owe the Knicks a pick, and we know this draft sucks, you can thumb your nose at the picks and go, well, they never pan out anyways, but I'm hiring someone to ensure those picks begin panning out. I don't know, man. Look, if I were running the Pistons, if I were walking in this summer, I'd blow the whole thing up. Everybody would be on the board. It would start out like Jalen Duren. I don't know that Duren's a modern center. Do I like him? Sure I do. Does he help me? Not really.
Right.
I'm winning 14 games a night. Oh, but he's got gaudy numbers. So did Andre Drummond.
Yeah.
You know,
I would definitely try to entice somebody to please take this number 5 pick that we have because...
Now that's where I would trade it for a player. I would go to a team who's in some dire cap straits, find a good player, obviously above a mid-level exception area, and I'd offer the number 5 pick. I have no interest in adding another 19-year-old.
See, that's what I was going to say. Of course, yes, you want a player in return for Cade, but I'll take as many picks as you want to give me because you can gather those up and get a player somewhere else, somewhere down the line. Look at what Minnesota did and look at what the Cleveland Cavaliers did, trading all those picks to get the guy.
That's right. And again, the Cavs went all in with Donovan Mitchell. It worked, sort of. They went
Until
from
it
being,
didn't work.
Well, they went from a 19-win team to now they're winning 50 games
had
a year.
Ceiling.
And again, he may walk. It's the risk you take. But the point is they were going nowhere. They traded Colin Sexton. They had Garland and Sexton, both lottery picks. They traded one of them. You have Ivy and Cade. They needed a star and a guy. They made the move. Look, the flip side of it is, look at what the Timberwolves did. They traded for Rudy Gobert. It was the perfect compliment to Cat, and then they drafted the guy. Anthony Edwards has turned into the guy.
Yes.
So it can work, but we're so used to it not working because it's been an organization of just complete malfeasance.
Right. I just don't want to see the Pistons have traded with the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, all right. Driving season's upon us. Combination of tons of traffic, 18-wheelers, and every road being under construction at the same time. That's summer in Michigan, people. If you're injured in an accident, David Feminini on his team ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. It's that simple. You could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to that website, getpaid.com.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Oakland University baseball player Brendan Decker has been named the Horizon League Pitcher of the Year. He leads the AHL in Ks, saves, innings pitched, and wins. He was the relief pitcher of the year in 23 before converting to a starter this year. In an interview with the Free Press over the weekend, Michigan football sophomore Samaj Morgan is confident that the team is put together following a losing majority of their offensive starters from last season. He said, quote, in Schembechler Hall, we've got some stars, and you're going to see when the season pops off, end quote. The Tigers faced the Royals after last night's disappointing loss. So will send Casey Mize to the mound. He thinks the curve is an important part of his arsenal and overall was good in his last start with one exception. First pitch at 7:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Finally, the Lions have announced dates and times for their preseason today. It'll start out Thursday, August 8th as they open up against the Giants on the road. That's at 7. Then Saturday, August 17th at the Chiefs at 4. And another game on Saturday, August 24th versus Pittsburgh at 1 at Ford Field. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, to the people, 4 o'clock. We got emotional distress for Kenny, sports related. I want to go to Rod, 97.1. Rod, what's going on, brother? How are you?
How you doing, brother?
Good. What can I do for you?
I'm thinking, why don't we trade Cade and Stewart for Julius Randle?
Oh, no. You could get Randle much cheaper. Listen, all you'd have to do is call the Knicks and ask for Randle. They'd probably put him in a box and send him to you. They're better without him. He signed for over $30 million the next couple of years. I believe he's got a player option on top of that. I like Randle. Don't get it twisted. But no, hell no, you're not trading Cade Cunningham for Randle. You can do way better than that.
Who do you suggest? We need a power forward.
Yeah. Your issue with Randle, by the way, let me say this. I like him, and he's a bull in a china closet, but it's a guy that I'm spitballing now. I mean, David, you can fact check me. He's about a 32%, 33% three-point shooter for his career. That does not solve your stretch 4 problem.
Well, then blow it up. Trade them both.
My man. Rod pushed the big red button. He's done.
Yes.
Yeah, and Rod, I like your angle that if you want to bring Randle here as a veteran stabilizer, do you have the cap space? Would it work? I ain't mad at you. All I'm trying to say to you is you are woefully undervaluing Cade.
No, you're right.
Never need to do that.
And you're right. 3-point last year, he shot 31%, 34, 34, and 20, 2021 season, he hit 41.1% of his 3-point shooting. That was his best season.
Right.
Ever.
It's an outlier. You got to take a guy's best season and worst season.
You're probably looking at about 30.
Yeah. I do like him. But again, player entering his 30s. Player that is owed a lot of money with a player option that takes some of your leverage away. No. Go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How you making out?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Well, I know you're trying to back channel the deals for Scooble to the Pinstripes. I get it. I'm not going to do it.
Guilty. I'll give you whatever you want, Kevin. Let's broker it right now.
I get it. I know Garrett Cole's over there with his arm in his sling. I see you.
Guilty. You got me.
No. Not happening.
Okay.
We're going to sign him. We have to sign him, don't we? I mean, we really do.
Okay, so, Kevin, you understand why I brought it up is that, look, we know who represents him. We know there's enough term left on this deal. Could you get ahead of it right now? And you sign the guy. You offer 8 at 240. See if he says no.
Yeah, you just do it. And then you got him for 10 years. And yeah, I know you got somebody over there saying, oh my God, the Michael Fulmer. Michael Fulmer wasn't good to begin with. I'm sorry.
Well, he had a violent delivery, too.
Yeah, well, all that. And the fact that he wasn't as good as they promised, that they always promised.
Fair.
This is actually one of the magic beans that actually turned out. And now we want to deal with it. Come on.
So you want to keep him. I'm not mad about it. Believe me, this isn't something I'm pounding the table over. I'm offering ways for us to supercharge the rebuild. That's all I'm trying to do.
You want to go Matt Manning? And okay, I like Matt Manning. I mean, I think he's got a future. I think he can get you a bat. We desperately need a 3 bats. I mean, we need something. And Matt Manning's got a future. Why not try that? I mean, I don't really want to trade Matt Manning, but I would. Get me somebody who can hit 25 home runs. I mean, put 25 home runs in our 3 spot, for God's
Well, I was trying to hand you 60-plus home runs and offer you Jason Dominguez and Spencer Jones, but you've already rebuffed my offer.
Because you gotta still pitch.
Listen, I know, Kevin, and understand. Trade him anywhere you want. All right, leave my Yankees out of it. The reason I bring it up is there's a need. He's a lefty in a ballpark that's a powerful tool. And the Yankees and Orioles are headed for kind